The day is finally here. Welcome into the CHGO Blackhawks Draft Day live broadcast. I'm Jay Zawoski here at Circus Sports Las Vegas with Greg Boyson. We're going to be live throughout the first round. Our buddy Mario Tirabassi is at the Sphere right now. He'll be covering whoever the Blackhawks pick at 2 and 18, and who knows what else might happen today. But it's an exciting day. We've been talking about it for months and months and months, and it's finally here. And we're going to get our answer on who the next Blackhawk will be.
Yes, it's finally here. We can put to rest all the debates because in
there'll be no debates.
20 minutes or so, we'll know who the pick is, and a lot of people might be happy. A lot of people might be disappointed.
I might be disappointed.
I'm going to preface before we even get to this point.
Yeah.
Regardless if whoever they pick, if it's Ivan Demidov or if it's
Levshunov.
That guy, off to a great start. Or it's somebody else, and it's not the guy you wanted, and you start screaming, well, Kyle Davison told me they were taking the best available player. Yes, the best available player to them, not
right.
You or me or Jay or Lawrence or random girl in the bikini in the pool behind us.
Oh, there she is.
Yep, there she is.
Wow.
She thinks Caden Lidstrom is the best.
She just filed a report on me. Damn it. It took that long.
So, number 2 overall pick, regardless if it's the dynamic forward or the top pair defenseman,
Yep.
it's going to be a good player. Your prospect pool is going to be better in 30 minutes than it is right now.
Yes.
It is a cornerstone player. It is a person that is going to be looked upon as a key part to this rebuild. So even if it's not the guy you wanted or it's not the guy I wanted, that person is going to be a key part to this team's rebuild. So let's act accordingly and not hope the guy fails because it's not the guy you wanted. Trust the professionals.
Yeah.
If it's wrong, we'll all stand here in a couple of years and scream at the tops of our lungs. But 3 seconds after the pick is made is not the time to make declarations that so-and-so is bad or so-and-so is the wrong pick. Let's do this crazy thing and let it play out.
Yes.
But Greg, I want to do it immediately. In fact, I've already been doing it. I'm already upset.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
I know we live in an age where we need instant gratification. We need instant results. But in a case of a hockey draft pick, you're not going to get it unless it's a Connor Bedard. And there's no Connor Bedard in this draft. Every pick taken comes with risk, whether it's Demidov, whether it's Levshunov, whether it's Macklin Celebrini is not a sure thing. Yes, the odds are.
Whoa, what is that?
What is that?
Yeah, I mean, there is no. I mean, you could probably argue that Celebrini is close to a sure thing, not on the Bedard level.
He's the closest in this draft.
But yeah, I mean
But we all thought Shane Wright was a sure thing 3 years ago.
And look, what I've been seeing, it's a couple things here. Don't deprive yourself of being excited about what Greg described correctly as a cornerstone piece of this franchise, because it's not the cornerstone piece of the franchise that you wanted the most.
Right.
And also, I see a lot of people here who it feels like are rooting for failure from one so they can be right. If you want Demidov, don't you think it's weird for you to root for Levshunov to be bad just to be wrong?
I want Demidov. I've wanted him
so do I.
For a long time.
For the record, yes.
And if and when the pick is Levshunov, will I be a little disappointed it's not the guy I wanted? Absolutely.
Sure.
But I also know that right from the bat, he's going to be a very important piece to all of this. So my hopes are, whoever it is, the team then takes the next step and develops properly, puts this player in positions to succeed. Because it doesn't matter who it is. If you can't develop him and if you can't put him in the positions to get better, it doesn't matter. He ain't going to amount to anything. And a lot of these kids today, we're going to hear 32 names tonight that are all going to take their first step to their NHL dream.
Yeah.
But probably less than half of them ever play in the NHL, or at least play to an ability worth being called a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And even fewer of those guys are going to play in the NHL for the team that selects them tonight.
Right.
So this is part of the process. And yes, if they name the pick Lev Shunov, I'm not going to be the most thrilled person in the world, but I'm not going to stand here and scream and say, fire Kyle Davidson. I've lost faith in this guy, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be okay.
I also think it's important to remind ourselves that while we have been really, really draft-centric for the last month, 2 months, Kyle Davidson's been really, really draft-centric since the last draft ended. They've gone out and watched Artem Levshunov play close to a dozen times from reports. When we went to Notre Dame to see Nazar and play against Landon Slager, like, he was there. Like, he's got the ability to scout these guys deeply and know what they are, more so than we will from watching a handful of, NCAA tournament games or whatever, or from YouTube highlights or whatever it might be. If Kyle Davidson's proven anything, it's that he's prepared. It's that he has a long-term plan. Now, whether or not the players he selects ultimately get him to that plan remain to be seen, but the approach to it is correct. The massive scouting staff, the time spent on the road, the time spent dealing with overseas, agents and people who can fill in on those performances. Like, the Hawks have as big of a scouting staff as anybody in the NHL, right? And those resources help them be as prepared as they can be. So you say you're not going to be thrilled. I'm going to be thrilled that the Hawks are going to get a really, really good player here. Right. Would I prefer Demidov? Yes, but I am equally as excited to see what Artem Levshunov, who, as you go through the draft rankings leading up to today, especially the last 2 or 3 days, Levshunov's been solidly 2 or 3. Today, Corey Pronman had Demidov at 9. Like,
what?
He's like falling down the draft rankings. I don't know what happened. I think a lot of times people just kind of think too much, which is why yesterday I was kind of pleased to hear from Kyle Davidson when he said, we already know who we're taking. We're very confident in this decision. We're not going to sit here and talk ourselves out of something over the next 24, 36 hours, whatever it might be. We are confident in our process. We're confident in our information. We're confident in our scouts, and we're going to use that confidence and make this pick confidently. It's a 9 confidence, I think, in one sentence.
That's a lot of confidence.
Thank you. Well, that's good. That's what we want. I just feel like he has proven, if nothing else over this time, that he is a guy that prepares, and the staff in general, not just a guy, but a leader of a scouting and hockey ops side that checks all the boxes they possibly can. And there you go.
Sorry, go ahead.
They said yesterday, we got to speak to Kyle Davidson yesterday, and he said there was a lot of debate, a lot of discussion amongst the group for a long time. Some of it, and he called it healthy. It's good. He says we have a lot of great options here, so we have to vet them out properly. And, they definitely did. And, we'll hear in a few minutes what the pick is. And, it's okay to be, passionate but, just all I ask is we temper it down a little bit. Be kind to each other in the chat.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
In the long-term picture of life, it's not going to be the end of the world if your top prospect isn't drafted. And let's also keep in mind that number 2 is not the only pick the Blackhawks have tonight.
Nope.
And it's not the only pick they have in this draft. So when it comes to, draft class, we're going to look back on this in a couple years, 5 years, 10 years, and, rate the entire class, not just that one pick, if it was a success or not.
Gentlemen, a couple things here. First of all, hello. I'm on
Hi.
screen. Good to see you. Does anyone have a remote control? Because I can't seem to get the draft on one of these screens down here. It's very upsetting. Secondly, I did do a poll before we started today, and I said, who will the Blackhawks draft at number 2? Not who you want them to, who will they? It started off pretty pro-Demidov, but it is now 53-47 Demidov. Please go ahead and vote on that for us, and while you're there, give us a like. Thank you.
Yes, please do that. That would be great. Gary Bettman is at the podium now. We just saw him over at the Win.
Twice.
we saw
Casual Gary.
I did
and
see Casual Gary.
And we saw on stage Gary.
Casual
Two
Gary
different
was
guys.
very startling to me. Like, wow, it's Gary Bettman.
It took me a few seconds
in a
to
t-shirt and
realize
shorts.
It was. It took a few seconds to my brain to register who that is because I've never not seen him in a suit.
I know. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And we have saw who else did we see?
We
there?
saw our guy Pete DeBoer.
Pete DeBoer, of course.
The draft.
You saw him again?
We saw
Well,
no, not
last
today.
night.
We
We
saw
saw
him last night. And then we saw Quinn Hughes. We saw T.J. Ginla at the Win. We saw some guy in a Zeev Bouillon jersey. I don't think it was him.
Don't think it was.
Was
No.
it his uncle?
Steve Bouillon.
Steve Bouillon.
Bill Bouillon. Yes, and we had a great time with the Fanatics.
Yeah.
At
The Philly
unveil-
Fanatic?
the,
He was not there.
Damn.
The
No.
unveiling of the new NHL jerseys. I'm sure we'll get into that more. But
should we talk about our new release?
Yeah, this is a really good time to do that.
Look at this.
for the Graybeards.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
We got a beautiful new T-shirt out there in the world. It's the Hall of Fame. I don't know what we're calling it. But,
Good old number 27.
Good old number 27.
Number 1 in your program, number 27 in your hearts, or vice versa. I had it backwards.
Other way,
The star of NHL 94.
Yes.
That guy who just got named to the Hall of Fame. We have an NHL 94 inspired design right now at chgolocker.com. Go get it. I'm going to get mine as soon as the show's over. Diehards, you're going to save 20% as you do on all shirts. And if you're not a diehard right now and you've been thinking about it and saying, I'm waiting for that perfect shirt to come out to get and become a diehard, you sign up to become a CHGO diehard. That number 27 Hall of Fame NHL 94 inspired design will be yours for the price of $0.
$0.
Free. It will be free when you become a
Best price
diehard
available.
at allchgo.com. So jump on that offer right now if you're not a diehard already. If you are a diehard, here's another opportunity to take advantage of the savings you get every day at chgolocker.com and on all of our events and all those great things. Do it. Go get yourself that awesome new design. I will be doing it as soon as we get back to our Airbnb tonight after round 1.
Yes.
We look like we are getting close to the pick here.
They're on the clock.
I see Macklin Celebrini looking nervous for some reason. You're okay, kid. It's going to be fine. I think it's going to be you.
It'd be funny if it wasn't.
Well,
That would definitely put a wrinkle in the old draft board.
would people still be mad if the Hawks took Celebrini over Demidov? Probably.
That would be pretty funny. You'd have to scrape Kyle Davidson off the floor because he probably would have fainted.
He will
if the pick is anybody
run
else.
to the podium.
All right, I'm a little weirded out. Your thing is way ahead of mine.
All right, well,
So
let's go by mine.
yes. Or is mine ahead of yours?
I'm like 5 seconds ahead of you.
Okay, that's not the end of the world.
No, we'll be all right. We're just we do have Circus Swim behind us, but it's not the greatest for monitoring.
Well, they don't even have it on.
Yeah, they don't have the draft on.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We again, I asked for the remote.
You know what we should do is
I
call the front desk because guess what? Circa, they don't have chatbots. They have real people. And it's true. We had a Wi-Fi situation. Called, someone answered the phone and talked me through it.
It's not just a clever.
It's
slogan.
amazing.
It's a real thing. Just seeing the broadcast and seeing a lot of the pictures, this is visually awesome.
I know. I can't wait to be there tomorrow.
It's super cool. Mario's covering it there tonight. We'll all be there tomorrow, but it looks awesome. And this should be the permanent home of the NHL draft.
That would be cool. But apparently this is going to be the last
All right, the Sharks are making their way
in
up.
person. Here comes Mike Greer to make the pick.
I always loved Mike Greer.
He's a good player for a long time. I'm glad to see him get where he is. It's great. The pick is in. Here's the announcement of the draft pick. It'll be no one's surprised when it's made.
Caden Lindstrom.
What we're going to be doing, by the way, is giving you the Elite Prospects Guide. It gives you the they call it the elevator pitch on each player. We'll have that ready for each pick. So there it is, Mike Greer probably thanking the beautiful city of Las Vegas for its incredible heat.
Got to congratulate the Florida Panthers.
Yep, all that stuff. All right, let's make the pick, Mike.
Yep.
So, you like stuff?
My broadcast froze.
Oh, looks like Joe Thornton's coming to make the pick.
They picked Joe Thornton number 1?
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Yes, that's exciting. I don't have a player card for him.
Oh, well, screw
We
it.
probably have one in that deck of 90s player cards left
yeah.
at the house,
Oh,
at
yeah.
the studio.
Jumbo Joe. Boy, oh boy. There's a guy.
There's a guy I would have loved in a Blackhawks uniform at some point in his career.
There it is. There's the pick.
Macklin
Celebrini is a San Jose Shark. Here's Elite Prospects elevator pitch, an overwhelmingly skilled and dynamic two-way center with franchise player potential, the best draft year college prospect we've ever scouted. That's saying something.
Saying a lot from those guys. They scout a lot of dudes.
Yes, that is a glaring bit of praise for Macklin Celebrini, who, frankly, we've been hearing about Celebrini as a draft pick before last year's draft.
Oh, yeah, we had it in our chat already.
Yeah, people were talking about...
Just like the people that are already talking about McKenna, who's still 2 years away, and if the Hawks are still drafting number 1 at that point, we've got other problems.
Celebrini just had his coat taken by 2 showgirls.
What?
That's the apparently the Vegas little addition to the
theme?
draft here. The theme
Yeah.
is showgirls take your coat away. Could be worse.
That I don't know. These kids are how old? How old Celebrini?
Old enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is no surprise to anybody. This was the prize at the end of the brown-colored rainbow. That was the season for the teams that were the worst. A two-way player. The Sharks are going to be a good team here in a couple of years. Ryan Warsofsky's the new head coach.
Yep.
I covered him 2 years with the Chicago Wolves. Great guy, as a hockey guy can be. Very, when you talk to him, like, oh yeah, that guy's a hockey coach. Very intense, but he's also a very good coach. I think the Sharks, with their recent, you would guess Celebrini's opening night player. Now they're talking Will Smith might come. You've got William Eklund still there. You got some other young players. They're going to be an improved team going forward, and if the Ducks hit their potential, they got a lot of young players. They're getting another cornerstone type player tonight.
Yep.
Blackhawks are on the clock. And then you look at the Kings, who, been a playoff team the last couple of years. They've still got some prospects coming through, young players taking the next step. Man, that 3-game road trip to California for those East Coast and Central teams is going to be very difficult in a couple of years. So, very good pick, obviously, for the Sharks.
A nice touch, too, that they had his number 71 on already printed on the
Hawks
jersey.
did that for Bedard last year. And it's really cool because I learned last year, being at the draft for the first time, how that process is.
Yeah.
They bring their own jersey, and then they bring, their own name plates based on who they think they might draft, and then they put it on quickly. They have someone sew it on as they go to the podium. But when you're number 1 overall, you can do all that stuff before you get there.
Nice note here on ESPN. The highest drafted Hobie Baker winner is Macklin Celebrini. Some other names are there. The thing went away, of course. Cale Makar was on there. What did he go, 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah. Eichel was 2.
He was 2nd.
There were a couple. Yeah, there were a couple on there. And, of course, as soon as I went to it, they took the graphic.
Amazing how the Hobie Baker Award has really changed.
It really has.
10, 15 years ago, the Hobie Baker Award was usually like a 5th-year senior and a guy that you would get as a college free agent after that year ended. Remember Drew LeBlanc? Blackhawk legend.
How could I forget Drew LeBlanc?
Hobie Baker Award winner. So, it is definitely the bar has been raised on the Hobie Baker for sure.
Yes. The Blackhawks are on a clock which has not started ticking yet, which is interesting.
We got time.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be 3 minutes, but they've not hit the start button on the 3-minute clock
It's
yet.
10
so,
minutes
which
on the
is
first round.
It's 3 minutes on what?
it says on the clock 3 minutes. Maybe they started with 3 minutes left on the clock.
I don't know.
Maybe or is it like 3 minutes to get the guy on stage, get him his?
I don't know.
Huh.
Well, let's take a deeper look at Macklin Celebrini while we're here, because he's worth talking about. He's going to be a really good player for a long time, and that comparison to Connor Bedard is going to be there his whole career. In his season with Boston University, 38 games, 32 goals, 32 assists, 64 points. That's 1.68 points per game. Just really an outstanding player, and like we said, we've been hearing about him for a couple years. The idea it would be, everyone seems to believe, that he is going to forego college and come straight pro, but we'll see. The clock, by the way, is now ticking for the Blackhawks. It's 2:33 on the clock on our broadcast if we want to try to sync up. So I don't think it is 10 minutes between picks. It might be 5.
Maybe they're not starting the clock until it gets to the 3-minute mark.
That's just weird.
I don't know.
It's very weird.
Are you saying the NHL is doing something that might confuse their fans?
Correct.
How dare you?
Including ESPN and the arena and the hijinks.
Yeah.
So strange.
Just so we got a cool little shot from our guy Ryan Green, who is in the Sphere along with Mario, and he took this cool photo. I'm going to publish it here in a second. It's you know how they've got all the graphics. It's Bedard, just giant head, his face, like just looking down
On the screen.
over everyone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Smiling through gritted teeth at bad jokes from the NHL
Well,
awards.
he's not wearing the fishbowl, so
That's good.
it's a little earlier.
Yeah, seeing Connor last night after winning the Calder Trophy was cool. I mean, you could see there's kind of a different level of calm about him. He
Yeah.
definitely commented on how this offseason has been way better for him, just less craziness going on, just the ability to slow things down and actually have a bit of a summer. Even before he was drafted, he was doing media and press, and then, of course, as soon as the pick's made, he's everywhere all the time. The Hawks are putting in places, ESPN, TNT, everyone's trying to get a piece of Connor Bedard. I don't know if Celebrini has had quite the lead up and will have quite the follow-up to the draft that Connor Bedard did, but this is what his summer is going to be too. But I'm looking forward to seeing these two guys. You know, it's funny that the Sharks and Hawks are kind of following the same wave of success,
Yeah.
right? Like were great at the same time, they're bad at the same time. They get this franchise player at the same time, and they should be running parallel with each other. And I'd love to see that.
We could be getting a 2010 Western Conference Final rematch here, maybe for the 20th anniversary in 2030.
That would be amazing.
They face off again.
I don't
yeah.
care who the opponent is, but it would be cool if it was the Sharks.
It would be, but yeah, it doesn't matter as long as the Hawks are one.
Oh
of
my
us.
God! ESPN showing on the screen. Chicago wants Demidov,
Yeah.
and pick Demidov signs in the crowd.
Oh, boy.
They're gonna be some boos.
Here they come.
and it's
I was saying Boo Earns.
Yeah, guys, I'm not ready. Final
right.
look at the poll, still 53-47. We're going to end that right now.
All right. Let's see. For the record, ESPN has the next best pick. The best available player, Artem Levshunov.
there you go. And ESPN's never been wrong about anything when it comes to hockey.
Obviously,
All right.
by the way, I meant 53-47 for Ivan Demidov.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Draft party at the barn for the Blackhawks. This is more fun. Be here with us.
Yes, being at the pool.
Oh,
Hey, it's Connor Bedard.
Hey,
They picked Connor Bedard
they
again.
got 2 Bedards?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go.
See, I told you Kyle Davidson was smart.
apparently-
he had him cloned.
Apparently, the NHL is doing taking a page from the NFL and having someone else do the pick, which is fine. I like that. He's
All right,
he's
who's the
gonna
pick?
he's gonna call an audible and pick Ivan Demidov.
Oh, my God, that'd be amazing.
That's not who's on the card.
He
Connor.
warned
There it is.
There it is.
Artem
Levshunov is a Blackhawk with the number 2 overall pick. Here is the elevator pitch from Elite Prospects. I'm going to give you a lot more on this as it's the Hawks pick. The undisputed best defenseman in this draft. He has the physical profile and the tools to become a number 1 defenseman at the NHL level, but consistency has thus far eluded him. There's their note. Here's the scouting report from Elite Prospects. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I did some highlights on the plane last night. Catch Artem Levshunov on the right night, and you could just as easily be convinced he's the best defensive prospect to enter the draft in the last half-decade. Of course, his capacity to bring you out of your seat was only matched by his capacity to lull you into the best sleep you've had in years. And sometimes, Levshunov could just outright frustrate you to no end. Far from looking like a top 10 pick, he was wholly unremarkable in many of our viewings. We're banking on the flashes of brilliance and a profile that sets a reasonably high floor to fall back on, as evidenced by our ranking, because at a certain point, the capacity to do something at the NHL is much more important than the performances one strings together along the way, and there isn't really a whole lot that Levshunov can't do. The foundation of his game is skating. Levshunov is quick, nimble, explosive, and able to keep with the play going forward, backwards, sideways, you name it. He's got four-way mobility to spare, and with a fully filled-out 6'2 frame, that gives him the kind of defensive range and the ability to recover that many defensemen could only dream of. He's most effective from he's most effective from offensive, the blue line, though. Levshunov can manipulate opponents with fakes, look-offs, anything to bend opponents to his will, and the way he manages space, stepping into it ahead of each play or carefully positioning himself off puck, means that he's always stacking the deck in his favor. His work in the D zone can best be characterized as variable, but the potential to become a consistently elite play killer at the NHL level is apparent. To get there, he'll have to play with more urgency, maybe rein in his tendency to wander in and out of coverage, and trust his skating to play a tighter gap in the neutral zone, all very doable. And if everything comes together, there's an outside chance that Levshunov can develop into a number one defenseman for the team that drafts him, perhaps one with the potential to win a Norris Trophy. So there's elite prospects on the newest Blackhawk, and their immediate top prospect, Artem Levshunov.
Yeah, I mean, listening to that, it sounds good. Yes, you have the inconsistencies and some of those bad nights. Well, tell me one 18-year-old defenseman that has no inconsistencies in their game.
Right.
Tell me
Connor Bedard has them.
Tell me one 25-year-old NHL defenseman who has no inconsistencies in his game. They don't exist. So, of course, there's I watched the Michigan game at the Big Ten championship game in the Big Ten tournament, and there were a couple plays he made in that game that just separated him from the bunch, where it was like, wow, that could be a guy the Hawks, because this was before we knew where the Hawks were picking, so it was more like, oh my God, if he's on the board when the Hawks are there, that's really tempting. And then when you get two, you start looking at other players. You fall in love with an Ivan Demidov.
Sure.
But this is still a very good player. He could be the, if you're upset you wanted Demidov, great. There's nothing wrong with that. But if Levshunov and Alex Vlasic are your top pair shutdown defensemen, a la, and I'm not saying they play the same way, but a la Duncan Keith and Brent Seabrook, when you're ready to contend for a championship, when you're ready to make deep playoff runs, if it's Levshunov and Vlasic is your top shutdown pair and they're an elite pair, I'm on board. You need to have that. Look at how the Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup this year because they were the best defensive team in
all around
hockey.
Yep.
The Golden Knights won the Cup last year because they were the best defensive team.
Yep.
Every team has won the Stanley Cup in recent memory, maybe ever, have had that top shutdown pair, that top defenseman. Whether it's it was Gustav Forsling and Aaron Ekblad this year. You had, Alex Pietrangelo with both the Knights and the Blues. Cale Makar. You had Victor Hedman on the Lightning. If that turns out to be Levshunov on the Blackhawks, then this is a pick. You will look back at it a few years and go, that's when the next dynasty started to become solidified. And that's what the hope is here. You hope that's the guy you got. And on a selfish note, I can't wait to cover this guy and talk to him for the next 10 to 12 years. The city
delightful
is going to fall in love with him as a person.
Yeah.
Hopefully they fall in love with him because he is an elite NHL defenseman.
Yeah.
But they're going to fall in love with this kid as a human being, and that's really important too. He's going to be very easy to cheer for, and so hopefully the people that are upset now, they want to fire people. Hopefully when you get to hear this kid talk and get to grasp his personality, you're going to be like, okay, I really like this guy. He's very easy to root for, regardless of who you thought they should have picked here.
And
I did start another poll.
okay.
How do you feel about the Lev Shunov pick? I went with 3 options: excited, unsure, and mad.
Okay.
What do you think? The
I think
chat is
unsure
feeling?
is winning.
I would actually think that as well, because that's kind of where I'm at.
I'm going to go with excited.
Excited is winning, which is where another place it should be.
For the most part, our listeners are a very positive group.
Well, I think I also
We're 53% there and only 13% mad.
That's
good. Okay, because I think we fall into the trap. As we were talking about today, we had lunch with DJ and Pete and Sean and a bunch of
made the
people.
pick?
Yeah, the pick's in for the Ducks here. I'll hold that thought for you.
Fine, I guess. I want to talk more about Lev
Beckett.
Shunov.
Beckett Seneke, third
Really?
overall.
Once again, Pat Verbeek says, screw your draft boards.
Wow.
Pat Verbeek wants you to know that he is smarter than all of you. Not
All
saying
right.
this is a bad pick, but
No.
it's a stretch at 3.
Here's the elevator pitch from Elite Prospects on Beckett Seneke. Shades of Drake Batherson.
Who?
I want more than that at 3. An ankle-breaking winger who combines deft playmaking, manipulation, powerful net drives, and puck thievery skills to control the game. The draft's biggest late riser.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I mean, 6'3", 182. He's a winger. You could see him and Leo Carlson playing side-by-side for a long time. But that is a significantly off-the-board pick for Pat Verbeek.
Well, he did this last year when everybody had, not as far back. Leo Carlson, was in the conversation there, but everybody thought it was going to be Adam Fantilli.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Sure.
I mean,
do you, little ball of hate?
Sure. Again, if that's the guy you have targeted as the best player available, go for it.
Yeah.
Make as our new friend Craig Button said the other day, get on that stage and plant that flag and say, this is our guy.
That's it. And that's what Pat Verbeek does every year. Anyway, back to my point that I was trying to make. So we're at lunch with DJ, Pete, Sean, a bunch of other people. And just a conversation was right now what we're talking about here is the vocal group of people who are Kyle Davidson should be fired if he makes his pick. I'm going to stop acknowledging those people because I seriously think we're talking about 4 or 5 people that are just loud and amplified and always there either in our chat or on Twitter or wherever it might be. I think the vast majority of Hawks fans right now are like we are. Cool. I like it. It makes a lot of sense. It checks a lot of boxes. We know Lev Shunov is going to be a good player. There doesn't seem to be much of a doubt when you talk to scouts, talk to draft experts, talk to whoever, that Lev Shunov is going to be a damn good player. And I think when we learned the Hawks were picking second, I need to go back and revisit that show. When we learned the Hawks were picking second, we sort of said, all right, this gives them a good opportunity to take Artem Lev Shunov. That seemed to be at that time, based on what we knew, based on the performances he had with Michigan State, that he was going to be that guy. So I don't want to waste too much time arguing with straw men that exist. They are real. We see them. We interact with them all the time. But I think the vast majority of the Hawks fans are excited about this pick. Maybe they're not through the roof. Maybe they're not running up and down the street, banging pots of pans and blowing off Roman candles at home. Fine. But I think most Hawks fans are very satisfied with this pick, and they should be. They've got a really good player. They've got a really good kid. They fill a massive need on the right side defensively. It makes all the sense in the world.
We went through that frame where it was like right-handed. You got to have right-handed.
Yeah.
It was so important. Well, now they got the top. They got a top prospect who is a right-handed defenseman. So you don't have to go out and spend money on one of those guys in free agency.
Right.
So then you can go out and get that other dynamic duo type forward to put with Connor Bedard in free agency instead of going to get that top defenseman. We just got to let it all play out here. And, now the Columbus Blue Jackets are up. Maybe there is only 3 minutes, and this is going to go a lot
3 minutes
faster than we expected.
I'm going to make I'm making a
I'm
prediction
okay.
here.
Yeah.
I think they're taking Caden Lindstrom. I think you look at the opportunity to have Adam Fantilli and Caden Lindstrom as your 1-2
It's good.
for the next decade.
Yeah.
Woo, damn.
You've got a new GM now.
Yeah.
And so you gotta, you want to make this, your people are going to remember this as your first pick. We saw the former GM yesterday having a
We
sandwich.
did. Yes, we did. I go, is that Jarmo Kekalainen? And Mario, was it you or Mario that picked up
Mario.
the phone?
It was
And he
Mario.
goes,
Yeah.
he goes, looks at his phone, looks at him, phone, him. Yep, that's him.
Hey,
That was funny,
he's
yeah.
probably here handing out resumes.
Yeah,
seen it.
but it was
Yeah,
it was Jarmo and Leah Hextall was at
we've
lunch
seen
with us
a
yesterday.
lot of people.
Saw Dale Hunter last night. That was awesome.
That is cool.
That's
Walking back.
throwback.
I would have probably asked him to put my shirt over my head and just start pounding on me.
Probably
I feel
wouldn't
like.
have asked him. They were.
He
they,
was.
They were. It was a bunch of old hockey guys. You're not going to believe this. Standing in a bar, drinking beer, telling stories. So he probably wouldn't have needed much encouragement to punch you in the head a few times.
Here, this is a fun. Maybe we could do this in August. How many people would you pick in a fight over Dale Hunter?
Jeez.
Not many. Even now.
I think it's like
even now.
single. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Single digits. That dude just exudes toughness. Like he just looks
Yeah,
tough and
if
scary.
I was hanging out in a bar back in my drinking days, and I had Dale Hunter with me, I would be trash talking every dude in that bar because I would just turn around and go.
Tap him on the shoulder.
It'd be like back to school. I don't get mad. He gets mad.
All right, Columbus about to make their pick. I again am predicting Caden Lindstrom. What do you think?
I think that's the move.
It's too good to pass
it makes
up for them.
sense. Do they go for one of the defensemen, though? Maybe they didn't think, Saleyev was going to be there, and they're
Yeah.
going to go there. Who knows? I'm never underestimating the craziness of an NHL GM. Who is the
That's
GM?
Rick.
of that?
That's Don Waddell.
That's right, Don Waddell.
And here comes Rick Nash to make the pick for
My,
the.
my
Giants.
brain, my brain has been in the Vegas sun too long and is completely fried. Not that it was in the best condition before that.
Not a Rick Nash guy.
No. Couldn't stand him.
He was a good player who didn't do anything to bother me because he was never playing in meaningful games.
Right, but he killed the Hawks.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you the Wiener Tucker story?
I'm sorry. Is that Darcy's brother?
Yeah.
Or his dog. Right?
No, I was at a Blue Jackets. Don Waddell's first pick going to Nash. Nash was at a Blackhawks Blue Jackets game back in the early 2000s when there was nobody there, and you could hear every taunt from the arena, and somebody yelled out, "Hey Nash, you're a Wiener Tucker," and he's always been.
That's a compliment. There it is.
Caden
Caden Lindstrom. That's the
Good
pick.
Damn.
Good pick.
All right, here's the elevator pitch for Caden Lindstrom. And let me tell you, the people at Elite Prospects love Caden Lindstrom.
Listed
6'4",
100.
216 center from Medicine Hat. The ultimate power forward prospect. Speed, skill, smarts, and inside driven. Playmaking keeps getting better. Steepest upward trajectory in the draft. Now remember, Caden Lindstrom was also in that conversation at number 2 overall, and certainly could have been there. But some injury problems. He had a back issue last season. 32 games with Medicine Hat, 27 goals, 19 assists, 46 points. And that scared people off. But then when they had the draft combine, those concerns seemed to be washed away a little bit by everyone that saw him. So
Yeah, when this kid's
going to be good. I
When
really
this
like
kid
Caden
puts some
Lindstrom.
muscle on and fully matures, becomes a man. He's still a child. Look at him. He's a
Yeah.
child.
I mean,
he
but
is
he's
a
still-
giant child.
he's
but he's
filled
still
out,
a
though.
child.
Man, I like him.
This is going to be a guy that we're going to be glad that the Blue Jackets are no longer in the Blackhawks division.
Hockey butt. He's got the hockey butt.
They all got it. They all got it.
Hockey butt.
Hockey butt. It's like you can't put your pants on. Ask Dylan Larkin about it.
I know, yeah.
It's the exact opposite of what I
I have,
I have negative butt.
I have like flat butt.
I have to wear belts on pants that even fit me perfectly because there is nothing to hold it up.
Yeah. I have hockey gut.
Yes, I have
I don't think that's what
I
the
have-
hockey.
I'm just saying I
guts.
can't get my pants over it.
Oh, okay, I get it, yeah. Guys, we in a couple minutes here, I can share something with you. We have boots on the ground in the Sphere.
Beautiful.
We have footage of the Levshunov pick that we're going to show because we shot it. So that gives us a reason to
ours.
show it, right? I mean,
It is our proprietary information.
I think we should do that. So give it a minute here, and I'll let you know when it's ready. So keep talking about everything.
Well, while you're
going
waiting,
on.
we have not really encouraged you to do so. If you're watching us live right now on YouTube, do us a favor. Hit that like button on the YouTube page. Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. They're both right there. Very handy. Takes 2 seconds. And if you want, turn on those notifications so whenever we go live, you'll know. Here's the plan, by the way. We're live today during the first round. Tomorrow, We are all three of us going to be at the Sphere because day 2 has so much more going on because there's so many picks made and they're made really fast. So we're going to sort of triple team the coverage, head back, do a draft reaction show, the three of us. So that'll be out tomorrow afternoon. So we're all over it. We're here. Yeah. We're having a great time. So do us a favor, show us some support, hit that like button.
Make sure you're subscribed because then you'll get notified when the recap show goes on the air because we can't. I mean, we'll definitely be able to give you a better time frame for that tomorrow. Yeah, but right now we can't say, hey, for sure it's going to be on at 3 o'clock. We have no idea. So make sure you're subscribed so you get that notification to say, hey, turn on that CHGO channel.
All right.
Here comes
prediction time. Are they taking Iginla or are they taking Demidov?
I mean, it definitely sounded like they were trying to get some smoke screens out there and some false information to get Demidov.
They sure as hell were. I don't know if he's coming over. We're really not sure.
Can I bring up a super chat since you did just bring up Tij Iginla?
Yeah.
Our good friend Gary Ross sent us a $4.99 super chat.
Ooh.
Thank you, Gary. And he is asking us, if Demidov falls to 9, if he falls to 9 like rumors today are saying, do the Hawks trade 18 and Toronto's first next year for him?
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I would. I don't think they will. Who's at 9?
Calgary.
They're not trading back. That's the problem.
I mean, but if you're getting 18 and another potential,
you're not.
You know what? I reacted to that too quickly.
You're not trying to get.
I reacted to that too quickly.
If you wanted Ivan Demidov that bad, just take him at 2, and keep 18 in next year's pick. That's what I'm saying.
You're right about that. You're right about that. Because I reacted too quickly. Because they're not going to pick 1, 2, or 3 next year. Probably knock on drywall, whatever it is.
I think that's actually what
it's still going to be 5 through 10, probably most likely. And am I giving up 18 and 10 for Ivan Demidov? I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing that.
I have a hard time trading up and giving up more aspects to get a guy you've already passed up on once. Like if you needed him that bad, just take him at 2.
Now look,
and then trade up to get a defenseman.
Would I be interested in trading up to get him? Yes,
sure.
I think I would do pretty much anything. But he said Toronto's first next year, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, 18 this year and
Toronto's first. Okay, Toronto's first.
Give up 2 first.
I would do that. I would do that. But I have, just based on everything I've heard about Demidov, I'm probably overexcited about him. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And I don't think Calgary's moving that pick because you don't trade away Mangiapane and then
it looks like
they want to get rid of
Kadri.
So they're definitely going into rebuild mode. So you can't start that off by trading away the 9th overall pick.
Yeah.
And if they do that and Iginla's still on the board, oh my God, they're going to have a riot.
Is Caden Lindstrom a 2-mom guy?
It certainly looks like it.
Nice.
I don't know if I've seen that before in the draft.
It's
keep an eye on the chat because it might be like an aunt or a sister or something. I don't want to be wrong, but they're both women they're older than they would look like they would be siblings of his.
That would be like Trey McBride, the tight end for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yep.
Who there was that pretty cool video with he sent some swag to a young boy who has 2 dads, and like it was kind of a cool moment. One of the dads posted that.
Everyone knows that ghost in My 2 Dads?
Yes.
No, that wasn't My 2 Dads.
That was three men and a baby.
Oh, man.
All right, Montreal is making the pick. I think they're going to Iginla. They've been foreshadowing it with their video footage. I think they're going to Iginla. Who's going to be the old Canadian? Ladies and gentlemen, Rocket Richard.
The ghost.
Oh, my
Speaking
gosh.
of ghosts.
Speaking of ghosts, jeez.
Sake Koivu.
He was also in the debate last night.
All right, what are we doing here?
Speaking French, that's what my subtitles say.
I love that.
Yeah, someone's making their pick, too.
Serge Savard.
Number 1 fan.
Okay.
Celine Dion.
Hey.
It is Celine Dion. I was going to joke. It is actually Celine Dion.
That's a powerful poll right there.
She's got to sing the pick, damn it. Sing it.
She might.
That's pretty rad.
I mean, we're in Vegas.
Is she sickly? Did I
yeah,
hear
I don't
something?
think
Or is she doing better now?
She's
recovering?
obviously doing. I mean, this is the second time we've seen her.
She looks great.
I've
always had kind of a crush on her.
I don't think she's performing anymore. She's got some sort of medical issue.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
But I do believe she lives in Las Vegas, or she did.
She
had
had
a residency here.
Yeah.
But I think she's still a Vegas resident, or at least part-time. So this makes sense. That's a big pull right there.
Yeah.
Bigger deal than
Better than Rick Nash. What has he ever done?
Seriously.
bigger
How many
deal-
Grammys do you have, jerk?
Never won shit.
bigger deal than Loud Luxury.
Unnecessary dunk.
Just wait till we get to our NHL awards reaction. Ooh, boy. All right. Who is she picking? I bet you she had to make the pick, too. My son.
Come on now, let's do this. Who do we got?
Doing it in French. This is not helpful for us.
Well, you have to. It's Montreal.
Trying to read lips.
Whoa, we have a huge super chat. Oh my goodness.
Dang.
We'll get to that momentarily.
All right.
Stephen Belat, thank you so much. I'm gonna show this in just a minute here. After this,
It's
pick is
Ivan
made.
Ivan Demidov.
It is
There
Ivan
it is.
Demidov.
So he is now your Montreal Canadian. They got their wish.
All right, here's the elevator pitch from Elite Prospects on Ivan Demidov. Shades of Kirill Kaprizov, the most dynamic and creative player in the draft, and perhaps ever to play in the MHL. There's a little bit more here because I know we were very focused on him.
Who?
He's a committed 200-foot player who is physically engaged and reads the game 1, 2, sometimes 3 steps ahead of his opponents. At least this was often the case in the MHL this past season, a league he'd so clearly outgrown before his draft year even started. What makes Demidov special, though, is what happens after he's won the puck, because an alarmingly high number of those steals or offensive zone puck retrievals almost immediately develop into scoring plays. There's some concern among our staff that Demidov is prone to overhandling, a problem made worse by playing in a league several steps below his ability. That, along with the fact that his wide, unorthodox skating stride and over-reliance on inside edge maneuvers may limit his success at the NHL level. The potential is through the roof with Demidov, though, and he's only got 1 year left on his contract with SKA St. Petersburg. So there you go. Ivan Demidov is picked 5th by the Montreal Canadiens, which is what they have been dreaming of all summer. They really did have like an online smear campaign.
Yeah.
I heard he's a Soviet spy. It was just it was so bad. It was obvious.
Want to know about that Mitchkov dad thing?
Oh,
well, I heard things.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Gentlemen, I just want to read that super chat
Yeah, let's
from
do it.
our good pal Stephen Belat.
Thank you, Steven.
$250.
Wow.
I'm putting that on black.
He says, enjoy Vegas, guys. Will you play the players' numbers at the roulette tables? Now, we can't play 98.
So what I do,
we can
I'll
play
tell you,
9 and
when I
8.
play roulette, which is my game, I play the numbers of the retired Blackhawks.
Okay.
Those are the numbers. And I haven't been here since Hossa was retired.
Yeah.
But now I get to add 7 to the table
There
because
you
of Chris
go.
Chelios.
My gosh, Stephen, thank you so much.
That's amazing, man. Thank you so
Steven.
much.
We appreciate that.
It's huge.
Demidov on the Canadians. I mean, you put him out there with a Cole Caulfield and Nick Suzuki. That's pretty potent. It almost feels like the Canadians wanting Demidov and getting him is like their admission they should have drafted Mitchkov last year.
Yeah.
And they passed on that because of the fears that he's not coming over for a couple of years. And
Oh.
now Mitchkov's going to be in the league this year. They might be like, oh, man, we want to do over there. We'll see. I mean, as we've talked about for ad nauseum for weeks, this was my guy. I love this player. I think he's going to be really good. If the Hawks didn't get him, I'm glad he's in the Eastern Conference, so he can't necessarily haunt them if he
Yeah.
hits that potential we were hoping for if he was going to be a Hawks. So, it's a good pick. He went 5th, so there were 2 other teams that took forwards ahead of Ivan Demidov.
Yeah.
He wasn't the second forward
That's right.
taken. So there are 2 other GMs that looked at that whole package and said, no, we want something different.
100%.
So
All right, well,
There's
yeah.
a really weird logo on screen right now. It says on the clock, and then it says Utua. What does it say?
Haktua?
It's pronounced Haktua.
Haktua,
is
yeah.
how it's pronounced.
The Utua Hockey Club.
We saw those jerseys, by the way.
Oh.
We got to talk about that. When we get a little bit of a
Fanatics,
lull,
yeah.
we'll talk about it. We got a first-hand viewing of the Fanatics jerseys. They look great. The Utah ones, even though they're temporary, they're pretty sweet. The blue is very nice on them. But as ESPN's in the break zone, let's also enter the break zone and tell you about our friends at Game Time. Game Time is an authorized ticket marketplace of Major League Baseball, which makes getting tickets faster and easier than ever. Prices on the Game Time app, listen to this, they actually go down the closer you get to first pitch. So if you're sitting on the couch, you're like, I got nothing to do tonight. I had a meeting get canceled. I'm going to go to the Cubs game or the Sox game. I hope it's not sold out. Go to Game Time. You're going to see those tickets go down and down and down the closer it gets to game time. And the coolest thing about it is if you've never been to a venue before, let's say you're on a road trip, you're going out of town, trying to find something to do in Kansas City.
Hey.
Whatever.
Love
Hey,
Kansas
maybe the
City.
Royals play tonight. I want to get some tickets, but I'm not sure what the view is. You can view all the seats in the house from their app and see exactly what you're going to get. Those last-minute deals, flash deals, zone deals, all-in pricing, the seat views, and their lowest price guarantee. If Game Time, you find it cheaper than Game Time, they will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying Major League Baseball tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code CHGO for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHGO for $20 off. That's like a free ticket some nights.
Yeah.
Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Hey, get ready to be the most stylish of your crew this summer with Cuts. Most guys would wear a T-shirt every day of their lives if they could. I do. The problem is that most T-shirts are not acceptable to wear at work. Well, get a better job, like be a hockey guy, or on a hot date night. Today's sponsor, Cuts, has finally changed that. Cuts T-shirts are such high quality, wrinkle-free, and so buttery soft, that you can look
we have butter.
like, apparently you can get butter in Las Vegas.
3
Just had to
friggin'
get a
stores
shirt.
to find it.
So they make it look like you're dressing up even when you're dressing down. Yeah, you heard that. Wrinkle-free. You never have to substitute for comfort. You never have to substitute comfort for fashion again. Drive into summer with Cuts.
Cuts.
Yes.
Cuts.
Embrace the summer state of mind with Cuts. For a limited time, our listeners are going to get 20% off your entire order when you use the code CHGO at checkout. That's 20% off your order at Cuts Clothing, CUTS Clothing.com with that promo code CHGO. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Experience the perfect blend of style and comfort with Cuts Clothing.
Can I bitch about something?
Sure.
We were told
Uh-oh.
that it was going to be a crazy week. There's going to be all these trades.
Yeah, well,
Well, what are we doing?
What
hey,
There's
draft,
nothing
are we
happening.
doing?
draft night's not over yet. We're only 5 picks in.
Well, I saw that there was some talk that Columbus might trade that pick.
Flyers apparently offered them the world.
Yeah,
for that pick,
they're
and
trying
they
to get in
said
there.
No, they probably wanted Demidov to get Mitchkov and Demidov together. That'd be a lot of fun.
That would. I'm glad that didn't happen.
They offered them to use an old school hockey term, a butt ton of stuff
a butt ton of stuff.
for that
yeah.
pick, and Columbus
butt ton.
reportedly said no thanks to that butt ton of stuff. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh, there it is. Your
That's
newest
right.
Utah is TJ Ginla.
Oh, my
Congratulations.
gosh.
That is massive for that organization. I love that for that organization. He's not going to play right
They are
away,
showing the picks on the outside,
but
by the way. That's cool.
that immediately gives them someone that is a draw, that is going to sell tickets in Utah. Jerome's going to be at a bunch of games. It makes all the sense in the world. I love that for Utah.
It's good. Tej is a great player. We saw him earlier today.
Yep.
Didn't look as big as they say.
No,
he is.
I would say not.
FYI.
We should have told Utah.
Well, you know.
If only we had a connection with them. Here's the elevator pitch for Jerome McGinley. Shades of Brandon Hagel and Wyatt Johnston. A detailed play creator turned flashy goal scorer with the physical skills, reads, and versatility to become a top-line forward. Here's a little bit more on TJ Ginla. Flashy moves and clever wristers dominated Ginla's highlight reel last season. He plays at an overwhelming pace, mixing in crossovers, weight shifts, and deceptive handling to confound opponents. Every move is designed to gain the middle of the rink. Goalies never get a clean read of his blade pre-release, making him a long-range threat. That sounds familiar. The concerns with the Ginla are small but numerous. Does he have the explosion to punish defenders at the same rate? Probably not. His over-reliance on dekes over give and goes will have to change. He tries too many low-percentage, low-value plays. Like many high-skill prospects, Ginla's calculus will have to change in the NHL. The dangle-first perimeter shooting version will likely give way to his more pass-first give-and-go side. He'll lean even heavier on his physical skills and keep his possessions shorter. That will carry him to a top 6 role at minimum. If McGinley keeps refining his skill, a top-line playoff-ready forward is within grasp.
All right.
So there you go.
Senators are on the clock. They're another team that had some smoke around their pick, if they were going to move it or not. But I just want to go to a couple things here from our pals over at Elite Prospects. Their Scouts poll.
Yeah.
And this should make people excited. If you didn't hit excited before, maybe you're going to want to change your vote. Scouts poll, best straight line skater of the entire draft. First, Macklin Celebrini. And I'm looking at the wrong guy. Disregard. Let me scroll down. I got my
Control F is your friend, buddy.
yeah, never mind. We'll go back to that later because the Senators are going to make a pick.
Just a quick shout out to
My screen got all
Nathaniel Alonso, who will be able to see that pick live because he just gave us $1.99 to say, I'm at the draft.
Oh,
boy.
sweet.
Thanks,
By the way, we
Nathaniel.
saw our pal Windy City Hockey ran into
Did you?
Kyle from Chicago yesterday.
Oh. Oh, I thought you said, okay, yeah, I thought you said you guys saw
All
it.
right. So here's something that this is the page I was trying to find before
There it
I
is.
went. We'll edit that out in post. Scouts' highest ceiling, Artem Levshinov, 5th out of the entire draft class. Also, the second highest floor
After Celebrini.
after Celebrini. So that tells you, like,
Yeah.
if he's in the middle there, he's going to be really good.
Yeah. I think when we had Craig Button on last week, and tomorrow we'll play some of the stuff and share back, look back on it. I sort of referenced Levshinov as a safe pick, and I feel like that maybe represented incorrectly a little bit because it's safe because he's really good. It's not safe because you know he's going to be like, well, we got Connor Murphy. It's not that. Levshinov is not like just going to be a middle pair average defenseman. When I say it's safe, it means that with as much certainty as you can have making a draft pick, that this pick will very likely be number 2 worthy.
Number 2.
Right. That's why I say when I say safe, because Demidov, if he maxes out, is absolutely worth number 2, but there's a little bit more of a uncertainty with will he become that guy? Will he come over? Yes, it certainly seems like he's coming over. That doesn't seem like a fear anymore. But when you're talking about, when I said safe, it was more about you are certainly going to get a great player here. Not that, well, he's fine, but we know he's not going to be bad, so just do that. That's not what I meant by safe.
No, right. You meant his worst case scenario is better than other guys' worst case scenario.
Yes.
So again, we got to let time play out. But that was an interesting thing about the newest member of the Chicago Blackhawks is they had the 5th highest ceiling, but also the 2nd highest floor, which means the creamy center is right where you want to be, and it's
delightful.
a good place to be in.
God, I love the Creamy Center.
Delightful.
Did they put the draft on behind us yet?
No.
No, they did not.
It's an interesting choice.
Yeah, that's
Well,
all right. Hey,
we
you know
got
what?
2 UFCs. We got 4 or 5 baseball games.
Croatia's national soccer team only plays.
No,
once every 5.
that game's actually here. I believe it's Brazil and I don't know who.
Oh, I did see some people walking through
Yeah.
the Encore with some Brazil
Yeah,
soccer
when I was at
jerseys on.
In-N-Out today, I saw a whole group of Brazilian fans.
Glad you finally got that.
Hey, look at me. I never mentioned it, though, with you guys.
Yeah, you didn't know. I never heard of that place until
We have to tell everybody. Yesterday, Law was like
I was
a
excited.
little kid wanting to go to
child?
Toys R Us. And then maybe we get Law. We have to make sure that that the plane lands. We have to make sure we have our baggage. We have to make sure that we can get into the Airbnb. And then this morning on my odyssey to find butter and a phone charger.
Oh my
I literally stopped at 5 different stores today looking for those 3 items: a phone charger, butter, and milk.
I love Las Vegas, but
I found-
is it an inconvenient city?
It really is
for the
not
most
convenient.
basic things in life.
But I found In-N-Out Burger 2 minutes from our Airbnb.
you can get the most exotic things in your life with the snap of a finger, but the basic essentials,
Such as what?
you know. Well, you were there last night.
I'm lagging a little bit here, so we'll see if I can catch up. It says I'm live, but I'm not sure I am.
No, mustard. It's mustard, not. It's John
Who's the Ottawa
Mustard.
Senators legend coming out here? Do we know?
Alex DeBrincat. Well, they didn't have one because they don't have a legend. Who did you take?
Who's that? Carter Yaremchuk. Wow, that's early for him too.
It is. He's the 17th ranked
Yaremchuk,
player.
sorry.
That's a stretch, man. With Salive still out there?
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so here's the elevator pitch.
Senator's going to Senator.
Carter Yakemchuk, a hard-shooting blue liner with special handling skill and physical presence, but must develop his mobility and details. 66 games with the Calgary Hitmen. This is a defenseman, by the way. 30 goals, 41 assists, 71 points as a defenseman. Shades of Brett Burns and Evan Bouchard. 6'3", 194. Right-handed defenseman. There you go. Maybe they're prioritizing the rightiness.
I mean, that probably got him up the board a little bit. I know this was a guy a lot of Hawks fans were talking about possibly 18 if he was there. There was a lot of, hey, he's really good, and then other people were like, no, he can't.
There was uncertainty.
He can't play defense.
That's where you find 18, right?
Yeah.
That's the guy you find at 18.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, the Auditor Senators have a long tradition of offensive first defensemen with no defense. Look, they had a guy that won a couple of Norrises with them that went that. But I will never be able to call him by his right name. He will always be Yaremchuk after Blackhawks legend Ken Yaremchuk.
I know.
He's always going to be Carter Yaremchuk. I don't care. I don't care if I'm wrong.
No, it's hard to not say that because it's such a common name.
Yes.
Yakemchuk. I have to train myself to say it. Unfortunately, I don't play Ottawa that often.
Good.
And don't have to worry about them in the playoffs.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
I want to know what the Senators fans are saying about that because I think that's a stretch at 7. Not saying he's a bad player, but, man, I mean, again, you never know what you're going to get until you get the draft. Now, you can look at all the mock drafts, you can look at all the experts in their rankings, and none of that matters because they're not the guys making the pick. Slayev was the number 1 defenseman on some boards.
Some people thought he would go before Levshunov.
Yeah, and here we are at 8.
Yep.
And he's still on the board. The third, he won't. At the best, he'll be the 3rd defenseman taken.
Here's a tweet from Chris Johnson. Says we're gonna have Doan and Iginla playing together on the same NHL team. That is Josh and Tej.
Until Shane reputs the Coyotes back in place, and then they trade for both of them.
Yeah, Shane Doan and J.J. Watt are gonna put together a group to buy the Coyotes. Man, that sucks. And our friends from PHNX they're not up here with us.
No,
but
they're at the draft.
They're at the draft.
Leah and Craig Morgan, who, in case you didn't see it, announced he will be covering the Utah Hockey Club. Obviously, they're not going to be at home games and getting the access they had, but the PHNX crew are going to still cover hockey on the national level, and they're also going to take an interest. The organization themselves reached out and said, hey, Craig, you are the best in the business, which he kind of is outside of right here. They said, we want you to so he's going to be covering the Arizona Cardinals and the Utah Hockey Club. And I liked their jersey today. It was so simple. Sometimes simple is so good.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to get a Utah hockey jersey this year just because it's going to be a collector's item one day.
It's sharp. And I always kind of push against, oh, God, black. Stop doing the black jerseys. It's just they're so drab. By the way, coming around. The Utah looks good. Like it. I'm agree with you. I'm going to at least get, the cheap knockoff version of the Utah jersey.
The breakaway jersey, yeah.
But what I hadn't noticed before, and we got a close-up of all the Fanatics jerseys today, the Hurricanes black, which is their new primary home, the sleeves and the waistband have a red and black heathering.
Yeah,
it's really kind of like a heather, what's heathered?
Like the material.
Yeah, like your shirt is heathered.
Yeah.
So it's black and red on the band. Yeah. Very cool.
Another $1.99 super chat. This is from Bobby, who asks, "Does this mean we are trading for wingers? A winger?
Maybe." He just traded for 2.
I mean, Kyle Davidson yesterday basically said their plan is to be active in free agency and in trades. And, of course, he has to qualify by saying, of course, it has to make sense. And it has to be, we have to get them to agree to come here. But I promise you,
Well,
Their off-season moves are not going to be Ilya Mikheyev and Sam Lafferty.
No,
there's going to be more coming than that.
and we've already heard that the Hurricanes are offering Jake Gensel 8 years, $8 million per. That's a deal that does not make sense.
That does not
for
make
the
sense.
Blackhawks.
You do not know. The Hawks do
So-
not need Jake Gensel
right.
for 8 years. By the way,
And-
neither does Carolina.
No, nobody needs Jake Gensel for 8 years.
I'm telling you, we were talking about this at lunch too. Every year, there is somebody that is massively overvalued.
Yeah.
In this offseason, as much as I would like both guys on the Blackhawks and would be thrilled if it happened under the right circumstances, Natchez and
And
Gensel.
it definitely appears that the Blackhawks are out of the Natchez running because the price is probably just way too high.
Here comes Matty Beniers to make the pick for the Kraken, who
rent-
feel like an ancient franchise at this point.
Seattle Kraken legend,
Yep.
Matty Beniers. I love Matty Beniers. I wish the Blackhawks had him.
Yeah, he's a good-looking lad too.
Great player. Loves his
Not
Chi-
afraid to say that.
Loves his Chipotle.
Who doesn't? Except the guy with no pants on and the one by the. Did I tell you about the no
Yeah,
pants
you
guy?
told me, yeah. He really loved Chipotle. You were able to see it firsthand.
Berkeley Catton, that's the one. That was a guy who a lot of people thought could sort of jump in this draft. Elite Prospects has him ranked 8th, and that's where he goes, fittingly, to Seattle. Shades of Troy Terry and Logan Cooley. Berkeley Catton from the Spokane Chiefs, 68 games, 54 goals, 62 assists, 116 points. That's the Western Hockey League, for those that don't know. A dynamic puck-rushing forward with the handling skill, manipulation, and pace to slice through opponents, that's murder, drive the net, and open passing lanes. But will he translate to the NHL? Elite Prospects asks. I don't know.
Well,
not my job.
They certainly didn't have to go far to scout him.
Yeah, true.
Being in Spokane, Washington, and same state. So, nice little player. This is a guy that, if you squinted, you're like, maybe he'll go at.
I saw him last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know who it was, but I'm like, that's a player. Make a note, red-haired kid. That's him.
Okay.
Yep.
Our friends from Calgary that are up here with us, they mentioned Berkeley Catton as a potential guy at 9, so I wonder if they're upset over there.
I think they're upset because
Cheech
Ginla's gone and Berkeley Catton's gone. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, look, for them though, Salayev is still there. That's a guy who has fallen. He's not going to fall to 18, but let's just, for the sake of conversation, if Salayev's there at 18, do you take him?
Oh, well, you run, to the
Right? I
podium.
know. Like, you feel like maybe you should take a
run.
forward, but F it.
Yeah. We have super chats if you want to.
Yeah, do it. Knock it out.
This is from just simply the letter N.
Hello, N.
$1.99. Any chance a player like Nate just gets traded tonight?
I would have thought it'd be done
I would
already.
think it would have happened already.
Yeah, because the teams that were going to offer first-round picks, some of those that rumored have already picked or are about to pick. So you'd think it would have come through by now. Never say never.
Yeah.
But
I just, like, as we were talking about it with the Hawks, like, is 18 enough to get him? Like, no, it's, like, but again, Carolina wants NHL-ready talent. So maybe it's
they'll
I don't know.
announce that trade when 18 is on the clock.
That would be wonderful. I'd be down with that.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that. I mean, look, and the other thing, too, is while Carolina has set their price really high for him, obviously the league is like, nah. Like, we're not interested in trading for him at that cost.
Well, very few teams could probably meet that cost.
Martin Natchez is not an A-level elite player.
Not yet. Not until
He's not. He's not going to be.
Not until he's on Connor Bedard's wing.
That's different. But he is a very good player. He is a very good player. But I think what they're asking for him is look.
You have to start high. in
I
any
know, but the
negotiation.
reason he wants out is because Carolina isn't giving him the chances he wants.
Right.
So obviously, they don't think he's that great. Right? Like, if they're not giving him top minutes, they don't think he's this outstanding player worth the world. But they're asking for
They're
it.
also a team that's willing to give Jake Gensel 8 years and
Yeah.
$8 million. So,
and they're also. You got good leadership there with Rod Brindamore, who if they decide, like, all right, we're not just giving him up for nothing, so we're keeping him.
give him that qualifying.
We're keeping him.
offer
You're gonna play for
and
us.
Give him that opportunity.
Yep.
If Teuvo Teravainen's gone, Jake Gensel doesn't come back, that opens up a chance for him. So maybe they say, okay, here's the qualifying offer. Let's do a 1-year prove-it deal. We can revisit this in next year, and if it still doesn't work out, we'll trade you.
There are so many good players on the board still.
Yeah.
Zeev Bouillam's out there still.
I mean, we're halfway to the Hawks
And
after
Parekh
this pick.
Zane Parekh is out there still. Parekh is the one that Craig Button compared to Erik Karlsson, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, he had Bouillam as comparing to who did he say? But he had Parekh as Karlsson.
Yeah.
Wait, a couple more supers if you want me to.
Yeah, let's knock 'em out.
4 Calgary picks. Matthew, $4.99. Thank you, Matthew. Do you think that Kyle Davidson asked Bedard for his opinion on the pick?
I doubt it.
I mean,
You can.
I'm sure he gave him some input, and he probably said, like, here's why we're leaning this way. But if Connor Bedard's like, no, I want Demidov, they're not going to pick Demidov. By the way, nor should they.
What if he threw a big tantrum, though?
He laid down on the ground and kicked and screamed and just wouldn't shut up until he went to In-N-Out
He went
Burger.
to Connor's corner. Hey, I heard that.
We have Demidov at home.
Yeah, exactly.
I noticed last night, he gets the tiny version of the Calder, and
Yeah.
I was thinking about Connor's corner if we still do that graphic next season. That
Oh,
we
yeah.
can
We
add
have
the
to- we
tiny
have to-
version
We have to
of it.
mature his room up a little bit.
Yeah,
Little
that is
bit.
true.
We're gonna go from children's posters to like teenage posters.
Yeah, we got to get, like, the Farrah Fawcett poster on his wall.
He's still a little too young for that.
NSYNC? I don't know.
Maybe like what's the popular Disney Channel show these days? Something that's what you have a
No idea.
teenager in your house.
I don't know.
High
Disney Channel?
Is
I don't
High
know.
School Musical still popular?
Yeah, she watches that. All right, here the Flames are about to pick.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
well,
Thomas Salata, $4.99.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Guys, Lafferty, Dickinson, and Foligno on one line. Good luck scoring against that. By the way, y'all are right about the ratio of fans who love the pick.
There you go.
As
Look
we
at us being right about
are-
stuff.
We have a
55%
crew.
excited.
We have our pals AJ and Rudo from DNVR to our left, broadcasting live, and then we have a crew from Calgary, a Flames podcast. I didn't get their names or what their show is.
Shoot, I
Zane
just-
Parekh
Hey,
is a
Zane
Calgary
Parekh.
Flame.
All right, and I was just gonna say, I haven't seen much of a reaction over there yet. We're gonna know if it's a good pick or not.
Well, they have the Canadian delay. Here's the scouting report on Zane Parekh.
I caught that
Shades
once
of
on a
Quinn
trip.
Hughes or Roman Yossi. With the Saginaw Spirit, he is a 6'1", 181 defenseman, by the way, right-handed shot. 66 games, 33 goals, 63 assists, 96 points. That's as a defenseman. That's the one who, like we just said, Craig Button compared to Erik Karlsson. Scouting report. Elevator pitch. A historic, shouldn't it be ahistoric? An historic offensive creator from the blue line with a highly translatable offensive style, steadily quelling concerns with consistent improvement in physicality, defense, and puck management.
Quelling.
If you're trying to find a dynamic, game-breaking offensive defenseman with first-unit power play potential at the NHL level, look no further. Zane Parekh is your guy. Zane Parekh is a Calgary Flame in that fantastic red jersey.
Good for him. It's a good pick for them. They're in a transitional phase here, They thought they were going to get better. They trade Matthew Tkachuk. You're getting Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie and Whistle.
Weegar. That whistle will be great. Mackenzie
I'm sorry,
Weegar.
Yeah, that's what. See, I've always have our guy on our mind. Our
Too
poor little orphan. They got him in a trade, and they thought they were going to be better because of that, and well, whoops, that didn't happen. And then we have they made a trade already this week. They're supposedly going to do. They're looking to get rid of Kadri, so they're a team in transition. How far down are they going to try and tear it down? Well, time will tell. But it's a good pick for them. A creative player. This day and age, you gotta have a defenseman that can chip in offensively too. He was the 5th overall ranked player by Elite Prospects, and that's the outlet I trust the most. Their collaborative effort is amazing, and they were 5th overall. And the fun thing about the Carter Yakhemchuk
Good job.
pick is you had a guy that was
Gesundheit.
further ranked 17th that shot way up the board. That means guys start falling.
Yeah.
Towards 18.
Yep.
There's still some really good force. You have to believe that they're going to go forward with 18 now. Cole Iserman's still out there. Liam Greentree.
I'm just looking at the list here. I got my hockey news here. Anton Salayev, Zeev Bouillam, who I believe the Devils will take. He just seems like a devil. Sam Dickinson's still out there. That's a name we've heard a lot.
Another defenseman.
Consta Hellenius is out there. Bennett Seneke is still out there.
No, Seneke's gone, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Seneke's gone. Cole Eiserman, Liam Greentree, Michael Brentz-Nygaard, who we've talked about a lot.
Andrew
Michael
Bosch,
Hage from the Steel.
Hage.
Igor
go.
Chernyshov. There's a lot of players out there that have been on the radar in our conversation for
We're
sure.
getting closer. We're getting closer. Do we have a? Are we ready from a report from the Sphere?
Let's see. Oh my God!
wow,
Did you
look
hear
at
Right
that.
on cue.
That is wild. We are going to see if this works. Let's hope it does. It did work earlier. So let me bring this up. That's not him. That's me. There's Mario. Mario, say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Mario.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
What's going on, guys? How we feeling?
We're feeling
We're
good.
we're still breathing. We're still okay. Still alive.
I think so. Yeah, I think people seem to be, tempered excitement about Lev Shunov. but,
55% of people in our poll excited. 34 unsure and only 12% mad.
There you go.
All right.
That's beautiful. So you had the chance to talk to Artem Levshunov after the pick was made. Let us know about the young man.
Well, this is our first time able to talk to him. I know he made a pretty big impression at the draft combine. So I would say pretty clear that the nerves were there for young Artem. Took some time for him to kind of unwind and loosen up and be able to kind of get through his answers, be a little bit more expressive. But I mean, he's 18. He's a guy that I think he has a lot that he wants to say, and in a moment like this, there's just a lot going on. But we talked to him for about 12 and a half minutes. First 12 minutes, you could definitely tell he was a little nervous, a little tense. I mean, this is quite the moment for him. And then that last 30 seconds, he kind of was just like, "Oh, I wanted to talk more. I'm getting used to talking with you guys and all that." So I definitely think the character is there. He seems like a really good kid, and on the ice, I think he's got a ton of talent. He's got a ton of potential, and he brings to the table something that the Blackhawks don't have and need for sure.
Did he give any sort of insight in that, like, he was maybe expecting the Hawks to take him, or that he knew it was coming? Did he tip off in any way there?
Yeah, I mean, he spoke about going to dinner with them at the draft combine and how he was able to kind of get an idea of the organization, and he had some inkling that he could be picked there. But definitely wasn't a, I knew the whole time kind of thing. There was still some nerves. Still didn't really know what exactly was going to happen at number 2. But he had a good feeling from the organization, and now he's a Blackhawk.
All right, Mario, we have a selection made. The New Jersey Devils at number 10 select defenseman Anton Salayev from Torpedo of the KHL. 11 points in 63 games. Here is the elite prospects elevator pitch. A giant defenseman with the skating ability to cover any area of the ice. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate development project. And I saw the ultimate development project in SummerSlam 94, and he took down Erwin Arsheister in a match no one can forget. Okay, Mario, back to you.
Because we just watched it last night.
Yes, the ultimate project. Yeah. Yes, I mean, Salayev is big kid, big defenseman. He was anywhere between 3 and 10, and there he goes at 10. So that's good for the old Devils there.
Well, tell us about the atmosphere at the Sphere. We haven't been able, Greg and I have not been in the building yet. You seem to make it seem like it's much bigger than it seems. What's the vibe like? What's the crowd like? And how much kind of feel do you have for what's happening on the floor?
The crowd is much better than it was at the NHL Awards, so that's a step up.
That's a little
No, crowd's good, and the atmosphere, guys. When you guys get here, you're gonna be blown away. Like I knew it was gonna be big. I knew it was gonna be unique. I knew it was gonna be overwhelming. And even then, I walked in and I was like, Beckett Seneke Seneca being like, "Holy shit!" Like it was crazy. It's insane. The screen is unlike anything that you'd ever experience. The atmosphere is awesome. The sphere is a home run for the NHL. All the graphics are awesome. All the video packages are awesome. Being able to see the floor from where I'm sitting and where we're going to sit tomorrow, not much of a sight line, but I mean, with the screen, like I was barely even looking at the stage. Like the screen is so much, so entertaining. Like so much of it'll catch your eye because you have no choice. It's around you the entire time.
Have you found any sharp corners in the building?
No, not really.
And have you caught a contact high from the residue from the Dead and Company shows?
If I have, then it's that would. I mean, I the sphere is already disorienting enough. So if I have, I wouldn't know the difference.
All right, Mario. We're going to catch up with you after the 18th pick. Thanks for checking in, and we'll talk to you later.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, that's Mario Tirabassi live from the Sphere covering the NHL draft. Good stuff there from him. We appreciate that. Yeah, it does seem like a pretty overwhelming space to be in because it like they're showing a wide shot now. I don't know what the capacity is in there, but it's massive.
I'm kind of afraid, I'll be honest.
I'm excited.
It
I'm really
looks
excited.
incredibly big.
That's what she said.
From the never. I mean, even driving by it around town, it's just like this weird thing that doesn't belong with the rest of the landscape here. So I'm looking forward to getting there bright and early tomorrow. Everything here is set back. Like the day 2 for us starts at 8:30 in the morning.
Bring it on.
So
10:30 Central. We're ready.
Let's go.
We can do it. The San Jose Sharks back on the clock. They got to pick their
whatever they
pick
got
in
going
about
on
50
right there
seconds.
is making me.
That visual.
Yeah, that's making me nauseous, and I'm not even there.
So Dead and Company did that with like all sort of old concert posters and tickets. It's cool. I don't know. I'm very excited to be in that space. I've been really fascinated with the Sphere since it was like invented and unveiled. Unvented. And like the U2 were. I think they were the first performers there at all. And those visuals were incredible.
Were insane.
And Fish did an amazing job. And the Dead have done a great job. And also the Eagles will be there.
Sure.
And I will not.
Come on, man. Hotel
I've
California.
had a rough day, and I hate the fucking Eagles. All right, here come the Sharks.
Again, man, if they get a top defenseman here, and it's a heck of a draft.
Yeah.
Now,
I think I'm saying it. I think it's Buim. Zeev Buim.
don't ask me to pronounce names. I'm the worst at pronounce. That's why I strove to become a writer, and now I have to learn how to pronounce names again.
Whoops.
That
Much
backfired.
learned to speak.
Screwed that one up.
It's like, oh, as long as I know how to spell it correctly, I'm fine. Yeah, they. This was acquired from who? This was a trade. This pick.
This
Oh,
one
they took
is
Sam
from
Sam?
Buffalo.
Okay, Buffalo in the
Dickinson? Is
yeah,
it Dickinson?
Sam Dickinson. Yep.
That I can pronounce.
There you go. 6'3", 194 defenseman from the London Knights. That is a hockey factory. High-end skater with massive potential as a rush stopper, play starter, and shooter. But can he put everything together? Shades of Noah Hannafin from Elite Prospects. Again, 6'3", 194, left-handed shot defenseman. Sam Dickinson is a Shark. So they end up with Macklin Celebrini and Sam Dickinson. That's an excellent draft. That's reminds me a lot of the Bedard and Oliver Moore thing. We're like, damn, we got two guys that we were projecting to go really high. Sam Dickinson's one of those guys. And for me, when I see a guy on the board and I'm trying to make my choice and I see somebody from the London Knights and I see someone from somewhere else, I am taking the London Knight every time because they just produce so many great NHL players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the list goes on and on of Dave Bolin, Patrick Kane, Max Domi, Evan Bouchard, Adam Boquist. But anyway, lots of guys have come through there. Legendary program. So yeah, it's kind of like if you're drafting for an NFL team and you have a player that played at Alabama or a player that played at
Purdue.
Central South. Take that, Braggs.
Whoa.
It was the
Shots
first school that
fired.
popped into mind as crappy.
I was
I'm
going to
sorry.
say like Central, Southwest, and North Texas. But, hey, taking a shot at Braggs is okay.
I like North South Texas. I love that school.
It is good.
Right in the middle there.
Yeah, so it's good pick for the good draft so far for the Sharks.
Yes.
They're improving. They're another team that's not looking to pick first, second, or third again for quite some time. So good stuff. Good stuff.
All right, the Flyers are on the clock. It's one of the teams that we've heard has been trying to trade up, but they've not been able to do that. So the Flyers are on the clock. By the way, they've been announcing the Four Nations teams, and they haven't done a good job of showing it on the screen. So I'm going to see if I can see what we know so far. So here's the first 6 for Team Canada. This sounds decent. McKinnon, McDavid, Makar, Crosby, Point, and Marchand.
Yeah, that's a good start.
They also announced the 6 for Finland. That is Saros, Lindell, Heiskanen, Barkov, Rantanen, and Aho. I thought they did this today. I guess they did this yesterday, and I
It was
just
like
missed
at
it.
4
It was
in the
this
morning,
morning.
I thought.
Yeah, Sweden and Finland was like at 6 in the morning.
No, like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Because they want to do it prime time for that country. So, yeah.
All right, well, Sweden is Hedman, Carlson, Forsling. Wow. Forsberg, Zibanejad, and William Nylander. So that's what we know so far in terms of the Four Nations.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
Should be fun.
Wait, did we get USA too? Did I miss this yesterday
USA
too?
it was all today.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right
I'm
there.
bad at my job. All right, here's USA. Austin Matthews, Matthew Tkachuk, Jack Eichel, Charlie McAvoy, Quinn Hughes, and Adam Fox.
Well,
I thought they were announcing this during the draft.
No.
Well, damn it.
Read the email, dude. Maybe
Nah.
if it didn't take you 3 hours to find butter.
Yeah,
you would
right?
know
Well,
these things.
yeah, that could change maybe tomorrow. By the way, you guys, this morning we were suddenly I was in the shower getting ready, and I thought we were leaving at one time, and then I get out of the shower and we're like, we gotta go, and I was like, oh shit, and then I had to drive, and I was just like, man, driving in Vegas is an experience. I had never driven in Vegas before the day.
It's not great. And I got to say, like,
it didn't show at all, dude.
It's
Not at all.
it's crazy,
the Apple maps are not as good here as they are at home.
but we
I don't know
figured it
why.
out. I've got the thing rocking now. We're doing good.
It's just everything is so big and it's hard to. There's too much stuff to look at. That's the problem.
yeah.
It's everything's
I could
very
not look at
distracting.
anything. Yeah, I wasn't looking at anything at all. It was just like,
Yeah, driving around here has not been great. And if you're just simply like trying to live here,
yeah,
it's tough.
that Uber driver.
No,
we
but
had
if you
last
live,
night,
but if you
it's
live
like
here,
the
you're
best
not
thing.
living on the strip.
Yeah, right.
You're living over there, where we could see out the other side of
beautiful.
this window.
Look at those beautiful
you're
mountains over
Yeah,
there.
you're living in the actual
I do like mountains. Big fan.
Yeah.
blue ones.
Although
Sure.
I don't think I'd want to climb those mountains. It's probably pretty hot.
I don't think many people are looking to get to the top of those mountains.
I just like to look at them for the record.
Flying over them is cool. It's a good,
Yeah.
good visual.
Oh, it feels great when the turbulence kicks in.
What do we think about these draft hats?
Haven't seen them.
They're kind of
They're all
I don't know.
right.
Are they extra
Yeah.
large? Do they have the extra large oversized hats?
no. When we talked to the Fanatics people today, they sort of admitted that their hat game needs improvement.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with everything Fanatics did today. And of course, yes, they want to get it right now, but lots of interesting things. They have no problem admitting when they're bad or wrong, and they want to make it better. And I'm very impressed with how the jerseys looked. They knocked it out of the park with the on ice stuff. They're going to look great on ice. We'll see what the retails look like, but nothing's really going to change. They're going to keep the breakaway, which I know a lot of people like, and they're going to keep what the Adidas calls as their authentic, but they're not. Mm-hmm. And then they add the on ice, what the players wear on the ice, you're going to be able to buy. And then they also said they're going to give you the option to buy the practice jersey too.
Yeah.
And a lot of people like the practice jersey, so it's off to a good start for Fanatics.
It appears we have our first trade. Daniel Briere
Oh, God, we were
was
on the phone.
He just sat back down. So it looks like this 12th pick by Philly is going to get traded. We don't know what it is. Michael Russo, who covers the Wild again, says Cheveldayoff is on the phone again. As I've reported all week, the Wild had put the number 13 pick in play for Rutger McGroarty, depending on who is left on the draft board. So I don't know if this is related because Minnesota's up next. But Philly is here with the 12th pick. Maybe Minnesota maybe the Jets want 12 and not 13. Maybe they're doing a pick swap here. Lots to see here. So we'll see what this trade is here.
Wait, so Philly is no longer on the clock, is what you're telling me?
Philly is no longer on the clock. Well, I would keep it up there for now because we don't have confirmation.
Okay.
But we just saw Daniel Briere to sit down.
Okay.
So it looks like that's what's happening. And I'm keeping my eye on my Hockey
Here's the
Insiders.
trade coming. Elliot Friedman saying movement coming here with the 12th pick.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. We finally got that trade. Are the Flyers getting Marty Necas?
It wouldn't be a bad time for them.
I think the Flyers, knowing that Mitchkov is coming here this season, they've said, screw the rebuild. Let's go win.
Yeah.
And they definitely have a coach that wants to win now and can win now and then get kicked out of town in a year and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, just waiting for the info here.
Pace Setter in our chat says PHLY is going silly at the bar where they are streaming with Briere on the phone. They're going silly.
Not in Philadelphia.
What? Get out of here.
Silly Philly? Yeah, well, I mean, that you want to talk about passionate fan bases, and that will let you know exactly how they feel. Philadelphia is that for sure. I mean, remember them booing Donovan McNabb at the NFL draft.
That worked out.
And then they threw snowballs at Santa Claus, so,
Not cool, man.
no.
But I do love a cheesesteak. Shout out to Jim's.
I'd go for a cheesesteak right now.
I got a little more on Lev Shunov as we wait for this trade. Byron Bader, who is a draft analyst who works for Sportsnet, TSN, The Athletic, and HockeyProspecting.com. It's been rumored the Blackhawks were going to select Lev Shunov at 2 for the last few weeks, and here we are. Lev Shunov is one of a number of stud defensemen available in this draft. His production has been very elite in his developmental year, in his draft year, as well as his pre-draft year. Not a lot of players in the model look like this. I love how Lev Shunov has moved around different leagues over the past few years and immediately produces and levels up everywhere he goes. A great sign. Should be a beast for Chicago in his prime. So there's one more draft analyst on new Blackhawk, Artem Lev Shunov. See, no one's like, that was a bad pick. They blew it. Whatever.
Right. Right. You can argue you're blue in the face of who you could have taken otherwise, but if the player you take turns out to be really good, then it's a hit. It's
Correct.
a success. You start worrying about who you could have taken there if the player is a complete bum.
Right.
That's why we go back to the 2019 draft with Kirby Dach. People there were like, oh my God, and you had cause. And in hindsight being 2020, yeah, they probably should have taken somebody else in that spot. But, no one's going to knock the pick and worry about who they could have had there if Lev Shunov hits his ceiling.
Okay, so Minnesota trades up to 12. Philly gets 13. And Minnesota's third-round pick in 2025.
So
That's the trade.
Traded to move up
a third-round
one?
pick to move up 1. But I'm wondering if Winnipeg says, we want this pick if we're going to give you Rutger McGroarty. Because they probably, I would imagine that Winnipeg is saying, Zeev Buium is still there. We want Zeev Buium. Trade the pick now before Philly takes him, and you got a deal.
This has got like Ryan Pace trading up one with the 49ers to get Mitch Trubisky.
Come on, man.
When the 49ers weren't going to take Mitch Trubisky.
But by the way, that's me speculating on the Rutger McGroarty part of it. Because maybe Minnesota just loves Zeev Buium and says, we have to have him. We're afraid Philly's going to take him. We're giving you a third-round pick next year to not take Zeev Buium. We'll see. We're going to find out very shortly because Minnesota's on the clock.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if that wasn't their guy anyway? So you got a third-round pick and you still get the guy you were going to take anyway?
Look, you saw Kyle Davidson trying to trade up for Oliver Moore, and he wasn't the pick of 18 other teams.
Right.
And you can't be sure, and you can't trust. Are you trusting a Briere?
Huh?
I'm not trusting a Briere.
Oh, no.
No way.
No, I've seen what they do to wheelchairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and if whoever that guy is that Minnesota obviously needs to have, and if that's your guy, I'm not budging on that guy just for a third-round pick. It's a little weird. One of those weird trades, but,
Yeah, and Bill Guerin not exactly rushing off his chair either. So we'll see. I don't know.
Well, I would hope you would know who you're picking if you're trading up.
All right, now here he goes. So the Wild are heading to the podium, so they're going to make the pick here. I mean, it's got to be Bouillon. It's got to be.
Bouillon and
Or Bouillon.
Either way.
Just think of Jerry Lauer. Why are they booing him? That's how you remember it.
Bouillon.
Boo him. Kill him. Hit him.
Whoever. I'm just gonna call him Zeev.
Z-Man.
Zeev and Brock Faber. That could be a really.
Think of the plus-minus possibilities.
I mean,
Man. Oh, man, that's just too sexy to think about. By the way, another guy very easy to find at NHL events, Bill Guerin.
we see him all the time.
But you saw Shanny, right?
Yeah, he came out of the elevator.
Shanny got off the elevator we were getting on. I was like,
Wow.
that is a large man who looks like he can still play.
Yeah, I never thought he was that big until I saw him in person. I remember the first time I saw him in person was in the press box of the 2013 Stanley Cup Final because he was still head of player safety at that point. And he walked by, and
Zeev Bouillon is the pick for the Wild. Finish your story.
But I saw him walk by there and was like, man, you look so much bigger than you did when you played. Like, I didn't realize how big of a guy he was.
He is a large man. That's
he definitely
a
still goes to
90s
the
power
gym.
forward.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, Zeev Bouillon is the newest member of the Minnesota Wild, 6 foot 183 left-hand shot defenseman from University of Denver, 42 games, 11 goals, 39 assists, 50 points. He is an elite two-way puck-moving defender with about as high a floor as any defensive prospect in this draft. High-end offensive upside, but may not have the tools necessary to seize it at the NHL level. So there's the elevator pitch. Again, we're using these scouting reports from elite prospects. Trying to see if there's anything more that is worth noting.
No.
They're not super thrilled about his skating at Elite Prospect. So he skates very upright. They have a rating system 1 to 9. Zeev Bouillon is skating 5, shooting 6, passing 7.5, puck handling 6, hockey sense 7, physicality 5.5. So there's your pick for the Wild. Division rival Zeev Bouillon.
The Flyers back on the clock.
Bouillon. I'll get it right one day. I'll just keep saying it both ways.
Here's a question. Let's clear this up for Edward. The first asked, will Levshinov play right away start of the season?
It's not out of the question. It would surprise me, though.
Yeah, but with him being a college player, he can go to Rockford.
Yep.
It's not like a Korchinski where it's Michigan State or the NHL. He can go to Rockford. I think they'll let him go back to Michigan State for a year. It makes sense. You don't have to burn a year off of that contract. So when they don't sign him right away, that's why. Because if you're a college player, the second you sign, you're no longer a college player.
Right.
So I doubt it, but you never know. But I mean, that means we won't see him at training camp because the college players were already back in school when training camp starts. So. I think the plan is for him to go back to Michigan State, and that's the right move because when you're a college player, you can develop on so many more things. You have so much more practice time on the ice, so much more time in the weight room, and all that stuff. So he can get his directives on kind of what the Blackhawks want him to do, what to work on, and he can have more time to focus on that.
The idea, though, that he can be in Rockford is a little bit appealing to me because he's in your system. He's under the watchful eye. Not that he wouldn't be at Michigan State. He's got that, too. People being in contact with him. But now you've got Anders Sorensen with him. You've got him in the system playing with future teammates, learning the system.
You have all the control. Michigan State, you're going to give them some suggestions, but at the bottom line, it's Michigan State that decides what to do, when to play him, how much to play him, all that stuff. So, yeah, having him under complete control is ideally more appealing. But, do you try to get all those contracts lined up so you're not giving guys all these new deals at the same time? Because if he comes next year, well, then he gets on the same schedule as some of the other guys that we've already seen. I don't know how big of a factor that really plays because, remember, we were all like, oh, man, why are they burning another year of Lucas Reichel? Well, you did that, and then you got him on a really much cheaper deal than you probably might have otherwise. So I don't know how much that really factors into it. but we'll see. We'll see. Yes, Mr.
I have another
Benedetto.
super chat. This one is from Carter, $4.99. Thank you, Carter.
Kemchuk?
Is it worth the assets, etc., to trade up at this point, or just stick at 18 and take your favorite guy?
It depends. Well, we just saw moving up one only cost you a third-round pick.
Yeah, I don't. At this point, though, I feel like
We do have a lot of third-round picks.
who, in your mind, who's on the board? That you're like, oh my God, the guy's still on the board. I feel like I feel with the Boehm pick, we just crossed that border.
Of the forwards that are still out there,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Who are the forwards still out
Yeah.
there?
there's still enough to one of those guys is going to be there at 18. You still have Cole Eiserman. Trevor Conley's out there, but I'm staying away from that. Liam Greentree. You got Nygaard. You've got
Hellenius is still there, but
you've got,
will probably go
yeah,
soon.
You've got Basha. You've got Chernisov. That's a guy that some mocks have had.
Michael Hage, who we've been talking
Michael
about a lot.
Hage is the guy I want. That's why I didn't want to say him. I didn't want the other GMs to go, oh crap, he's still there. Let's take him. I have a feeling the St. Louis Blues are going to break my heart by taking him at 16. So there's a lot of good guys still out there that I don't know if you're at the point where you have a guy you really want. And if there is, and it's only going to cost you a future third-round pick to move up, then go do it. But again, you need a team that's willing to move down. So you have to have two draft boards line up to where a team is willing to move down.
Right.
Maybe the guy they want, they're confident will still be there at 18. So it always takes two people to make a trade happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable at this point staying at 18.
I can
Just
watch it.
looking
It's
at
on.
what's left.
It's out in the middle.
Hey,
nice.
there
Down
we
the
go.
bottom there.
Don't draw attention to it in case people
Okay.
can see it. We don't want to get a flag.
Oh, yeah.
That's nothing. That's
Well,
nothing
no, it's
ongoing out
just
there.
blurry enough. It's
Yeah, we've been doing okay with the way we've been doing it too.
yeah.
So
It's just been it's just random food videos going on behind us. Pay no attention.
all right, there comes Keith Jones and Daniel Briere and the rest of the Philadelphia Flyers brass heading
There
to
they
make
go.
the pick right now.
Well, you're about at the same as that screen.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good. We're at a good pace then.
Let's see here. So yeah, we got 13 coming up here.
Getting closer and closer to the number 18 pick.
We
Yeah.
certainly are.
Very exciting.
Oh,
Gary,
we got
there we go.
Sabres coming up after this. I'm just adding all these. How about a shout out to our graphics team? My
Yeah.
God,
Yeah, they look great.
these are sick.
I love the theme.
Yeah, they bring very good stuff.
Really cool.
We have a special guest to make the pick for the Flyers.
I think we need a like spike for the graphics.
Michael
Buffer?
Michael Buffer. Okay.
You know why I hate Michael Buffer?
Because he's not his brother.
He has an art. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
an
yeah.
army of
Yes.
people that listen to like radio and TV, and if someone like uses that catchphrase of
what
his
he's
or
known
says
for?
it,
Yeah.
he will sue your ass. He's done it many times.
He's like the Olympic Committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he was a bit of a peen.
I mean, he's probably made millions of dollars on that alone. So
He reminds me of Monday. Every time I hear Michael Buffer's voice, I don't think boxing. I think main event of Monday Nitro in the peak
yeah,
late 90s.
I did quickly run into his brother Bruce.
I hear his
at
brother is
Super
really
Bowl.
is cool.
He doesn't shake hands. He grabs your forearm. It was the weirdest
Oh.
thing because he did it at the beginning of my combo. So I tried again. I thought it was me that it like screwed it up, and then he did it again, and I was like, "Oh, that's your thing." It's very confusing.
Danny Briere still looks like he's 13 years old.
yeah. All right, come on. He just said it. Now he's gonna go sue ESPN for actually broadcasting it. All right. Come on, you Vince McMahon drawn from memory.
Well, I mean, you're not going to get a complete win bag up there and not expect him to milk it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
God.
probably listing all the attributes and everything. Oh,
Jet Luchenko
Jet.
is a Philadelphia Flyer.
All right.
Jet.
Thank you.
All right, 5'11", 183 center from the Gulf Storm. Awesome team name. 68 games played, 20 goals, 54 assists, 74 points. The speed, effort, and physicality to become a fan favorite bottom six forward, and there's more offense ready to be unlocked. Are they just replacing Cam Atkinson with Jet Lachenko? It feels like it. If you didn't see, they're buying out Cam Atkinson.
This is a stretch. Elite Prospects had Luchenko ranked 34th overall. This is one of those where you're like, okay, cool.
Shades of Yanni Gord, Short King.
Sure, Yanni Gord, nice little player. I'm not drafting him 13th overall in the draft.
I don't like
No.
Gourds very much.
Yeah, this is one of those where you're kind of like, huh?
Is that what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Nathan Gerby.
Oh, yeah, Nathan Gerby. That guy was tiny.
He was a Short King.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That one is a stretch. That's our, like, Carter Kemchuk going where he went was a stretch. This is a much bigger stretch.
Yeah.
This is a he who shall not be named level stretch.
Stretch.
Both Scott Powers and Mark Lazarus that pointed out that Luchenko was definitely on the Hawks' radar.
Yeah, at 34.
They're saying at 18.
Okay.
Both guys said 18. But
Maybe-
still, at
maybe-
13, it's a reach.
Maybe he's one of these late risers, but okay.
I think there's way too much made of the size thing, but taking another
Well, when you have
really small guy.
and Mitchkov is not big, right? He's
I'm talking about the Hawks.
Oh, the Hawks.
I'm
yeah.
kind of glad they,
Well, we shall see.
Now I'm wondering now if Kyle Davidson's working the phones here for Cole Iserman. I mean that is a goal scorer.
It is. It is. Just stand in the left circle and shoot, kid.
And it's a guy we talked about as we went through the season last year as like a top 5
he
pick.
was heading into the year. There was talk of, is it Celebrini or Iserman at number 1?
Yes, and he's very one-dimensional goal
but
scorer, but it's a good dimension.
If you're going to be a one-trick pony in
Yes,
hockey,
yes.
if your only thing you can do is score goals, that's not a bad thing. That's going to get you paid.
Yeah.
That's going to get you a lot.
Laid? Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, that's going to get you a lot of opportunity. I mean, the way we talked to our pal Sean Shapiro about Cole Iserman, because he has his eyes on the U.S. development team a lot. And the way he kind of described him, I was like, wow, it sounds like we were talking about Alex DeBrincat and not Cole Iserman.
Yeah.
So, for the people that say, hey, we need some goal scorers in this organization, you're not wrong. That's a goal scorer. I would still rather have Michael Hage if he's out there because he gives you that big body
like that
down the
too.
middle that you
Oh,
don't
that-
have.
If they get him, I'm very, very pleased.
Yes, I'm very.
By
very
the way,
pleased.
if you saw me doing the thumbs up, thumbs down on the video, our Calgary pals walked by, and I was asking about the pick, and I got a meh about St.
But then he
Laurent.
did change it to an up thumb.
All right, yeah. fair
Sources out of Calgary say, not thrilled.
So, all right, they're in break. Should we hit the break zone again?
Hit the break zone, gentlemen.
All right, I got to see what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's our friends at Prize Picks.
Let's go.
You know Prize Picks by now.
Don't say this one too loud.
If you don't know about Prize Picks, they're America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. That's a lot of members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 players
Oliver Moore?
and their stat predictions and watch the winnings roll in, baby. Yes. So, for instance, we were watching the Stanley Cup Final. Would say Connor McDavid, more, less, 2.5 points. Boom. You make your pick. You do things like that. Minutes played, saves made, goals scored, boom, boom, boom. You put 2 to 6 together. If you hit them all, you win big. You can also kind of hedge a little bit and say, I'm going to try to win 5 of these 6 or 3 of these 4, and you win a little bit less. But it's a ton of fun. We do it all the time. Every game we've got some Prize Picks in. You should too. Download the app today and use the code CHGO for a first match deposit up to $100. That's code CHGO for a first deposit match up to $100 American dollars. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
We're out here in Vegas, and the sun is always out in Vegas.
Correct.
Even like when you're indoors having dinner at 9
Even
o'clock
at-
at night, the sun is somehow still out. And I am so glad Wednesday night when I was packing for this trip, the first thing I made sure I had packed
Not your underpants.
No, that was the last thing I packed. Because who needs those in Vegas? I just,
Sure.
it's an extra layer. The first thing I made sure I was bringing with me was my favorite pair of Shady Rays.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because they are key to surviving and navigating Las Vegas during the daytime. They are the quality shades built to last. Our friends at Shady Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades that won't break the bank. There are very few things in Las Vegas that won't break your bank, and Shady Rays is one of them. Everybody else here is looking to take all your money. Shady Rays wants to keep more money in your pocket. They are an independent sunglasses company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. Their shades have durable frames and crystal clear optics, making them the perfect choice for all your outdoor adventures. They have hundreds of options to choose one, so you're bound to find the perfect pair to match your style, and I'm sure they have some that will match your favorite colored hockey jersey, that red or white Blackhawks jersey. You can accessorize perfectly. Plus, if your shades ever go missing or take an unexpected hit, don't sweat it. They have the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by lost or broken replacements. And if you don't love your shades, exchange for a brand new pair or return worry-free within 30 days. There's absolutely no risk when you shop. Their team always has your back with personal and fast support, and exclusively for our listeners, that's you guys. Shady Rays is out here giving you their best deal of the darn season.
Ooh.
All you got to do is head over to shadyrays.com and use that promo code CHGO. They're going to give you 35% off all your polarized sunglasses. I recommend buying at least 2 or 3 pairs. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by 300,000 people.
I know we have a pick in, but real quick, Carter just threw another $2 super chat. Just saying, he says, trade up to secure Yzerman. Just do it. Goals, good.
Okay, I agree.
All right.
Maybe
All right,
you don't
we have a
to.
pick. We have a pick, don't we?
Yes, the Buffalo Sabres made their selection at 14, taking Konsta Helenius, center, 5'11", 181, right-handed shot from Jokerit of the Liga in Finland. 14 goals, 22 assists, 36 points in 51 games. According to Elite Prospects, a well-rounded, detailed play driver who is always a step ahead of the opposition. He is the best Centra prospect in Finland and has produced in over 5. I'm sorry. Starting over. The best center prospect Finland has produced in over 5 years. There you go.
All right.
So
that's high praise.
That is high praise. You know I love me some Finns.
You do.
And
Constance Helenius sounds like something you get diagnosed with at the doctor's
Yes.
office.
I just want temporary Helenius, not constant Helenius.
I can't go, man. I got constant Helenius. I can't be more than 5. I can't be more than 5 feet from a toilet.
I haven't had a movement in days.
Hey, before the shitty team
not really the Sammy Helenius.
Before that shitty team is on the clock,
Can you be more
let's
specific?
just once again promote our beautiful new merch.
Yeah, let's do
just
it.
Dropped. We have this gorgeous 27C 8-bit jersey.
16-bit.
16-bit. Well, I'm old. It's 8-bit to me.
It should be. If it's 27C, I believe it should be 16-bit.
Yes, 16-bit NHL 94 inspired shirt.
The CSGOlocker.com.
Yep, Chicago's most recent Hall of Famer. I think you know who we're talking about by now. So go to CHGOlocker.com. Get yourself that awesome shirt.
It's great.
It is great. I'm going to order one tonight and rock it as soon as it arrives.
Definitely getting one.
And if you're a diehard, you save 20% at CHGOlocker.com. If you're not a diehard, sign up today. You'll get it for free. You're also going to save 20% at CHGOlocker.com for the next year.
Alex and Steve said they just ordered one.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Thanks, guys. You're the best.
As a diehard, also, you get 20% off all of our events. We've got our golf outing coming up July 22nd. A whole bunch of takeovers and watch parties and tailgates and everything. Trip to London. So much is going on. So
the Cubs are going up to Milwaukee. Did you say that?
Yeah.
You did say that.
Get yourself a
right?
shirt. Get yourself a couple tailgates, and it pays for itself. You also get access to our members-only Discord as we wait for the Red Wings, who are on the clock right now.
Yzerman is talking to his staff. Someone mentions in the chat. Is there
You can do that in public.
possibility of a trade? Ooh.
I mean, it would be fun if Steve Yzerman drafted Cole Yzerman. Different spelling.
Yeah,
no relationship.
honestly, the first 4 times you guys mentioned him on the show a few months ago, I was like, are you talking about his son? Because I just heard Yzerman, and I was like.
E-I-S-E-R.
Yeah.
Iserman.
Yeah, as opposed to Yzerman.
It's Nick Lidstrom, Chris Draper, Steve Yzerman, and that other guy looks familiar, but I can't place who that fourth guy is.
Is it Kurt Malpe?
No.
Is he standing on the stairways, not getting out of anybody's way?
Home run, Seiya Suzuki.
Hey, look at that.
Wrigley North.
Man, Nick Lidstrom could still play. Look at that dude.
Yeah, he's a man's man.
He's a man's man.
Let's see here. I need.
That's a guy you can't hate.
No, even when in his playing days, you were like, man, I hate that guy, but I also love
He's
that
so
guy.
good.
He's respect.
Yeah.
You don't have to like the team he was on, but you had to respect him when he played. He was one of the best to ever do it.
Yep, absolutely.
Imagine having Nick Lidstrom and
Best
Chris,
defenseman I've ever seen, period.
Imagine having Nick Lidstrom and Chris Chelios on the same effing team. That's,
It's like you're going to win some cups or something.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, get up there, Red Wings. Come on.
Yeah, seriously, take your time.
I'm starting to get antsy. See, I feel good, though. The Hawks are in a good spot here. There's good players on the board.
They're going to get
I'm thrilled with Hage. I'm thrilled with Yzerman. Let's hope one of those two is still there when I get the pick. Green Tree would be awesome.
Nygaard would be a good pick.
Chernyshov would be great. Nygaard would be great. Yeah, they're going to get a player we like here.
Yes, they're going to get one of the guys they were targeting and one of the guys we were kind of hoping would still be there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if your ideal was to get a forward and a defenseman in this first round, then the way they're doing it may not be as flashy, but getting the top pairing defenseman at 2, and now you have 4 or 5 forwards you could potentially choose from at 18.
Yep.
I did ask the chat in another poll. I was like, do you want them to take a forward or a defenseman?
I saw it was 97%.
97%
forward.
I think we're going to call that race now.
It just feels like all the really great defensemen in this
Yeah.
draft have been pretty much taken. EJ Emery is still out there, though.
He is.
That was a name.
I'd be happy with that, too. Despite it being 2 defensemen,
No,
fine.
no, we need
if
a
they
forward
think
here.
he's the best, then take him.
We need a forward here.
Agree.
Yeah, another defenseman here would be like, come on, man, what are we doing? I mean, yes, you got to have a ton of defensemen.
Damn.
But there's
7 Norrises for Nick Lidstrom. Sheesh.
7 Norai.
Norrie.
Ramseses and Norrises.
Ramses is.
With the 15th pick, I'd like to announce I am returning to hockey.
Hell
I have
yeah.
signed an 8-year deal.
8-year deal. Oh, it's Branzig Nygaard.
Ah, Branzig Nygaard
he's
goes
off the
to,
board.
yep.
Michael Hage is still there.
All right, let's get a, here we go, scouting report via Elite Prospects. Michael Brandseg Nygaard, great name, by the way. 6'1", 198, right-handed right winger out of Norway. He played for Mora IK, most games with them, 41 games, 8 goals, 10 assists, 18 points. He also played for the Norway under-20 team, 5 goals, 5 games, 5 points, 3 goals, 2 assists in those games. A modern power forward with projectable physical tools across the board. The best forechecker in the entire draft who has a direct path to a middle 6 role in the NHL. So this kid is NHL ready according to Elite Prospects, even though he is 17 years old. Shades of Arturi Lehkonen. That's a good player.
Yeah. Middle 6 guy. Got some size. Got some scoring pop.
Yep.
I mean, you know, the reminds me of guys that played for the Red Wings when all those guys on stage are playing for the Red Wings.
You talk about like Kirk Maltby,
Chris
Darren
Draper.
McCarty, Chris Draper, like those, again, as we've talked about ad nauseum this offseason, like Nick Foligno said, guys that will accept and execute their roles. They traded for a guy like that and Sam Lafferty. Maybe more to come. Hopefully more to come. We're going to find out on Monday, which is the start of free agency. We're going to be live Monday as well. Free agency starts at noon.
11:30.
We'll be on at 11:30 and hang out while news
it'll be
trickles in.
a same kind of situation. You and I will be in the studio. Mario will actually be at the Fifth Third Arena because there's going to be a lot of availability today. Luke Richardson's going to talk. Members of the draft class are going to talk, so he's going to be there. Our man on the scene and reporting back from there where we go over the free agent signings. What a busy week.
Dude, I gotta be honest. I'm a little concerned about Monday. That's gonna come fast for us. That is-
Yeah.
we
I
are.
mean-
We're in studio though, so
Yeah.
you know the curveballs that come our way for these things are
Monday is the free agency beginning, and then we have Tuesday, Rick Ball, new play-by-play Chicago
right.
Blackhawks play-by-play man Rick Ball will be with us in studio. That should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to meeting and talking to Rick.
Who is this child on the ESPN set? Gee Willikers, I'm really happy to be here. Oh, shucks. I had to put the Sharks hat on and take my pinwheel hat off.
My mom said if I get picked number 1, we can get ice cream on the way home.
Oh, it's just crazy how, like, when I saw that guy with the Zeev Buim jersey on in the win, I'm like, that's a kid, man. That's a child. It's like I would feel weird wearing a Bedard jersey.
Yeah.
Well,
You know?
that means you can't wear anybody that
I
plays.
really can't, but like I would try to pick someone who was
Nick Foligno's closer. Our
yeah,
age.
Foligno I could wear. I feel like it has to be someone over 30. That would be my my
Yeah.
rule for a new
It's
jersey.
hard being in my mid-40s and wearing
Yeah.
the clothes of a child.
I have enough of former players that are older than me,
Yeah,
or at
that's-
least age adjacent.
That's been my my philosophy when I start buying jerseys again. I haven't bought a lot of hockey jerseys recently. I've been buying other shirts for a while. When I get back into getting some jerseys, it's going to be like nothing but historic players.
Yeah.
Because A, they can never get traded.
Yeah.
And B, it takes me back to my childhood.
Yeah. I've never bought a okay, well, that's a lie. When I was just getting into hockey, I did buy a lot of like other NHL team jerseys. But then when I became like a diehard Hawks fan, I never did. But there was a time where I had a black Canucks Pavel Bure jersey. And again, this is before I was just getting into hockey. I had a Keith Primo Red Wings jersey. That was a very short-lived time for me and a shameful one. I talk about it in therapy every week. But yeah.
I had a Joe Sakic Avalanche jersey.
Yeah. He did a lot of damage to the Hawks, more than Keith Primo did.
That was my playoff team for the late 90s or
you had to have one.
because the Hawks
Oh,
were
yeah.
never there.
100%. Yeah, because
Exactly.
they were playing the asshole.
It was mine too because Peter Forsberg was and remains one of my favorite players of all time.
Sure. For sure.
All right, the Blues are on the clock. Then it's the Caps. Then it's the Hawks. So we'll see.
I did get, as I think the first birthday present I ever got from my lovely girlfriend Stacy is I still have it. I love it. Is a green Hartford Whalers Ron Francis captain jersey.
Oh, nice.
So that's a good one.
We are getting criticized on the internet
Okay.
By who?
by people saying that we're crazy to think that Artem Levshunov is not starting the season with the Blackhawks. I will take that bet.
That's fine. I've been called crazy for worse things.
I hope that's right. I'm down.
If he's good enough to be here, then he'll be here. Let him, sure, maybe not. I don't know. That's fine.
Pierre LeBrun with an update on Martin Necas. One potential trade scenario involving Necas is now off the table with the top 15 picks gone. The Canes would have got one of those picks in that trade scenario as part of the package. Doesn't mean Necas won't eventually be dealt, but it obviously won't be tonight now.
All right. That answers the question from earlier in the chat.
So I wonder if the Canes are overplaying their hand a little bit here. I don't know. All right, the Blues pick is in.
Let that value drop, and then you go in for the strike.
Sure. Hey, can we interest you in next year's Maple Leafs pick?
Please don't take my guy.
Defenseman
Okay.
Adam Jurasek. That is the newest St. Louis Blue. All right, Yzerman or Hayes will be there for the Hawks.
I want Age.
I'm happy either
The
way.
E.J. McGuire award recipient.
Where is he? Why can't I find him?
He's the Blue. Who cares?
Oh, that's why, because it's got the things. Okay, Adam Jurasek. 6'2", 168 defenseman. He's a right-hand shot from Czechia. He played with HC Plzeň, 19 games, 1 assist, 3 games with the under 20 team, no points. Competitive, hard-working two-way defender, can read the game well, isn't shy about getting involved offensively. Some concern about this year's knee injury, though that explains the low number of games played. Shades of...
His brother?
Correct, David Juracek. What? That's so funny. So this is a straight-up defensive defenseman for the Blues.
I hate it.
Well, I hate him now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't
Screw
like
this guy.
No,
Yeah,
I
screw
don't
him.
like
And the horse he rode in on. And the horse that rode in on him. Ooh, damn. They're showing some massive hits, though, in his highlights here.
He's had injury problems. Both him and his brother have
Yeah.
had some injury problems.
It's weird how brothers tend to get injured similarly.
good thing
Something
that-
Chicago's dealing with a little bit. Yeah, at least one way with the Doc brothers.
Yeah, but cool moment for the family. They got both sons now NHL players. One for a team I kind of like, the other for a team I despise. So, it's okay.
Want to throw a poll up quick? Do you want Hayes or Yzerman?
I was going to ask if that's the two names you want, or if you wanted me to throw a third option. Like, should I go like other as a third option there?
Maybe. I'm wondering if Washington. I have no clue what the Capitals are doing.
No, because they buy a website that tells them all about salary cap and value, and they completely ignore it.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's very hard to predict where they're going to go.
Maybe they're going to trade this pick for Nazem Kadri. the way they've been going, that wouldn't surprise me.
Just stay okay while Ovechkin gets the record. When Ovechkin's gone, man, that organization, they're going to have to burn it to the studs.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
time.
it's
Big time.
I don't know what their plan is.
Well, they don't care right now. They're
Yeah.
just they're relying on the dollars that are going to come in for the goal chase to get them through the very, very, very lean years that are going to quickly succeed that. They may break that expansion team record.
Yeah.
They may
Their own.
Listen, no matter who gets taken here at 17, the Hawks are going to get a guy that I didn't think was going to be there.
Yeah.
In either Yzerman or Age, or even if it's Greentree. I didn't think Greentree was going to be there. There's going to be this is going to be a really nice pick. It's going to be a guy that, hey, if they don't trade with the Islanders, might not be there either. So
I got to be honest, Yzerman seems like a Capital. Guy who could just score goals. He could just replace
They already got one of those.
well,
Ovi.
yeah, but as we just said, he's not going to be there forever.
For the record, looking at the hockey news here, they've got Yzerman ranked 13th, Hayes ranked 18th. Now remember, when you go to a paper publication,
Right.
you have to get it out. You got to get it printed. You got to get it shipped.
These were the rankings from like February.
And I've had this for about a month.
yeah,
So
that's from February.
Elite Prospects has them ranked. Let's see here. Yzerman 13th, Hayes 24th. So I don't know, man. Like, as much as I like the idea of Hayes, it makes all the sense in the world. Like, you've got this talent falling. I wonder why.
Oliver Moore Part 2,
Yeah.
if that's their guy. The reason I want Hage over Yzerman is because you get the size down the middle that you're lacking in your system.
Yeah.
You're getting a 6'2" natural center.
Yeah.
I think that should be the pick.
And we know that the Hawks feel very confident in their pick of Levshunov because they've seen him so often. They've seen him over and over again. I don't know how many times the Hawks went to scout the Steele
I would
and Michael Hayes,
imagine
but I
they
would
were-
think it's a lot.
Listen, they're one of the top junior programs in North America, not just the USHL.
Yeah.
I'm sure they had a scout there at almost every home game. Not necessarily for Michael Hayes, but just to see all the other USHL talent. You don't have to go far to scout junior players. I imagine they have a pretty good book, and they're pretty familiar with him too, and that the familiarity could make all the difference in the world here. If he falls, he's just got to get past the Capitals. This is kind of where we were last year. Remember being in Nashville looking at each other when certain players would fall, and
Yeah.
we're like, yes, he made it.
Look, if it's one of these two, I'm very happy.
Yeah,
if it's one of these
one of
two.
these two, or if it's Liam Greentree,
Yeah.
I'm happy. I wouldn't be mad at Andrew Basha either.
Good name, Andrew Basha.
It is a good name.
All right, here come the Caps.
Used to be a grocery store named Basha's near me.
Oh, yeah?
It had
Fascinating.
carpet. It was
They have
weird.
carpet?
Yeah.
Carpet in a grocery store? That
Yeah.
seems.
Oh, it is a carpeted grocery store?
Yeah. Not they weren't. It
weren't
was not Empire. They were not selling
Oh,
carpet.
that's so you spilled the milk. Oh, we're closed forever.
Buy some butter and carpet. Yeah, that seems unsanitary to have carpet in a grocery store.
Yeah. It was.
But they probably saved money on broken jars.
Tarek Parashak is the pick for the
Sure.
okay.
Who the hell is that guy?
36th ranked according to Elite Prospects. Tarek Parashak is your newest. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, it's got to be what it is. Or Tariq Parashak. Right winger, 5'11", 179, Canadian kid from the Prince George Cougars. 68 games, 43 goals, 62 assists, 105 points. A high-end, quick possession player capable of both setting up plays and finishing them, but a play-driving and skating the play driving and skating must improve to support his game at the next level. That is Tariq Parashak, your newest Washington's Capital.
Ranked as a 4 skater by Elite Prospects. Their overall
Out of 9, what is it, 9 out of 9?
Out of 9. That's not good. They just used the 17th overall pick on their attribute ratings, ranking 1 to 9. His highest one is a 6 at Hockey Sense. 82 overall out of 100 in his overall ranking. Offense, 97. That's good.
All right.
Transition, an 18. Not good in today's NHL. And a 65 defensive rating. Good shooter, good passer, but not a good skater. But those things can get taught, but it's not I don't care because it's not the Blackhawks.
How's the poll looking?
The poll is looking mighty fine and dandy, but I want to like Spike.
Oh, yeah, the Hawks are on the clock.
The Hawks are on the clock. We have nearly 900 people watching right now.
Wow. Thank you so much. And when you hit that like button, just understand that whatever you hit it, they're going to pick the player you want.
Exactly.
It is scientifically
Our
proven.
poll says 66% want Yzerman. Yeah. So
again, I'm happy with both.
Yeah.
I'm kind of leading Yzerman too. I don't know. You talk about this guy as a top 2 or 3 pick 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, and now he's fallen to 18.
right.
I mean, I love Michael Hayes. Don't get me wrong. Maybe this is a guy you could trade up for. Say, we love him. We're going to give you a second and a third, or Toronto's pick next year to get Hayes too. Cool.
Yeah.
Go
I mean, you're getting a guy here that probably shouldn't have been here.
Yeah.
And that's, this second first-round pick magic continues to work for Kyle Davidson, who wanted Oliver Moore, tried to trade up, couldn't get a trade work, and then all of a sudden he's there for you. I'm going to go on and think that Cole Yzerman is a guy that they didn't think would be here.
Yes.
I'm okay with that pick if that's what it is. I'm okay with Hage. I know some people are going to be mad no matter who it is, but, you'll get over it. Either player here, or again, even Liam Greentree, is a solid addition to this prospect pool.
Yep. There is Mike Donaghy sitting there waiting, ready to go. The Hawks montage is playing.
Montage.
Need a montage.
Team America.
Oh, I'm very stressed right now. They're not. Okay, they're showing 3-time Stanley Cup champions. Fine. There's more than those guys.
Yeah,
though.
there's more than those guys. Give us our Nicholas Jarmelson.
Brent Seabrook.
18-foot Jarmelson. Don Healy's smirking.
Oh, we got a big old super chat. This is from Natalie Usher. And Natalie Usher is throwing us $99.99.
Natalie, thank you so much.
Loving the draft show. Enjoy Vegas.
All right.
We are.
Thank you.
Oh, do we have
Oh, don't say it. What?
Gary Bettman's at the podium?
Is there a trade here? Did you trade up just to trade back?
Wow.
Oh, I am itchy about this.
Thank you, Natalie. That's awesome.
Yeah,
We
Natalie,
really
thank you.
appreciate
Sorry. I'd be more enthusiastic if I wasn't having a heart attack at the moment.
That is 8 waters.
Oh, my God. God, jeez. Too much. I hate it.
Oh,
Come
no.
on.
Okay. Wait, is there a tweet I should be showing?
No,
No.
I don't. We're waiting to see.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, there's no rumblings from the national talking heads about any kind of trade. It would be weird to trade up to get this pick and then
Maybe they're letting the interview happen. They're doing it for TV.
Or maybe the team at 19 really wants Cole Yzerman, and that's not their guy, so why not get an extra asset and still get the guy you want?
Sure.
Just like the Flyers just did.
All right. What's going on? All right. Come on.
It does suck watching these things with no volume.
Yeah, it's very stressful. I'm trying to read the subtitles. All right, here they go.
They're making it.
Heading up with a jersey. So there we go.
All right.
Oh, Danny Wirt's heading up there.
Crisis averted. Stand down. No trade. Here comes the pick.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
Hage, Yzerman, I love it. Or Greentree, happy. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Cal from Chicago.
We once again would like to thank Las Vegas for existing.
And the pick is
Sasha
Boisford.
Boisford.
Okay, that's the guy I had on my radar.
People are going to be pissed.
Sure they are. But this is a big center. Like, I wanted Hage because he was a big center.
Yep.
Boisford is a big center, too, and another USHL guy. I can read the elevator pitch. I got it here.
Yeah, I got it ready, too.
A sharp shooting center who orchestrates rushes and shuts down opposition with defensive awareness and physicality. Expect a lengthy development curve, but there's a middle six power forward here.
Okay.
So, you got some scoring. You've got some size, things that the Blackhawks really need. He can do everything: score from distance, score in tight, set up chances, throw thunderous hits, and shut down the opposition. I'm sold. It's that well-roundedness that kept him inside of our top 25 nearly the entire draft cycle. That's from Elite Prospects. Inside the offensive zone, Boisford is a goal scorer, a deceptive wrister, and a powerful one-timer make him a threat from distance, while his net front skills and off-puck timing drive his in-tight finishing. Dual threat scorer that can also make just about every pass in the book.
A little bit of a note, he is heading to North Dakota to play hockey, which is a good place to go.
Oh, no, a guy going to develop in one of the best hockey programs that ever existed as far as college hockey goes.
So the measurables here, Sasha Boisford, 6'2", center, 179, left-hand shot with the USHL Muskegon Lumberjacks, 36 goals, 32 assists in 68 games. A little bit here from the Hockey News as well. Boisford had a potent year in the USHL, finishing 11th in league scoring and playing in the All-American Prospects game, despite the fact he's Canadian. In fact, he's been playing in the U.S. for a while, playing 2 years at Mount St. Charles Academy in Rhode Island before he got to Muskegon. He's smart, has good compete, and plays well in all three zones, one scout said. He's got underrated skill to make plays. He creates chances, and he's got good speed with the puck. There's a lot to like with this kid. It wasn't hard for Boisford to make an impression with the high-octane Lumberjacks outfit. Playing with offensive dynamo Matvei Gryden helped too, and the relationship was mutually beneficial. He works and has a really good stick, said another scout. Boisford has a really good shot and release as well. He and Gryden feed off each other. Boisford is more well-rounded. The big center committed to North Dakota for next season will be in a great spot to continue developing his strong all-around game. So Sasha Boisford is the pick. Not Yzerman, not Hage, but when you read the attributes of the player, kind of the same thought process. He's a little bit bigger.
The chat.
He's an inch taller than Michael Hage.
Oh, the chat.
I'm sure the chat is thrilled.
Oh, they're just so our usual suspects are just so
all of our
ridiculous.
expert draft analysis are making declarations.
Hey, look, I'll be honest. Like,
Just log off already.
I wanted one of those two guys.
Yeah.
It was very tempting. It's names we've heard for a long time. As we were sort of projecting this draft, those were some names we had. We did not spend a lot of time on Sasha Boisford, but it doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. When you read the description, when you read the scouting reports, it makes perfect sense to be picked there. Elite Prospects had him ranked 21st in their draft guide. Okay.
Eric W. in the chat says, "Don't make Sasha mad. He speaks French and can box."
Okay. See, that's good to know.
Well, then if he speaks French, that tells me we're pronouncing his name wrong.
And by the way, for the record, they had Boisford 21st. Michael Hage was 24th on their list. They had Cole Yzerman at 13th. But now Cole Yzerman has fallen to at least 19th.
We're not even close. It's Boisvert. I knew as soon as you said French. As soon as you said French, I'm like, yeah, we totally butchered that.
Well, the
That's
Sasha
all right.
threw me off.
Well,
Sasha Boisvert.
Boisvert. All right, I like that better.
We're from Chicago. We pronounce every letter that's in every word, and we pronounce some that aren't there either.
Yeah, the croissants.
Boisvert, yeah.
Boisvert. That makes-
Boisvert, or
Boisvert.
whatever.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Give me
So,
them baguettes, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we've made 2 picks.
Well, it's something to note, which is the Hawks traded up two spots to get to this point. Was that necessary? Did they need to do that?
No.
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
So I don't know. I mean, again,
We'll
maybe
never
they
know.
love.
We'll never know.
Yeah, we're not going to know. Muskegon is close. They probably scouted them very much and had an eye on them. It's just a name that had really not been on the radar. So I have to sort of plead ignorance on the pick, but as we said to start the show, we have trusted the process so far. So far, the process has been pretty sound.
Right. I mean, it's very easy to just go and instantly declare it's bad because you know better than an NHL general manager and an NHL scouting staff because you watched one YouTube video. Fine. That's cool. That's what you want to do. You do that. I prefer to let it play out and see what happens. What I wanted Michael Hage with this pick from day one.
Yeah, you did. I can vouch for that.
I wish that was the pick, but screaming and yelling about it accomplishes nothing. It doesn't change the pick. So now I hope Boisvert is
Boisvert.
one of the best, or Boisvert.
Bonivert.
Here is one declaration that I will make with all the utmost confidence. I will learn how to pronounce his name correctly by the time he makes his NHL
Fubert
debut.
Total says, "Oh my God, it's Boisvert."
Boisvert. All right.
Boisvert.
Relax.
We don't have a TV in front of us.
Yes, and super chat $1.99 from just the letter N. Can we get the 1.9s on Boisvert? I don't know what the 1.9s are.
the ranking. There you go. EP rankings.
Yeah, I got it right here.
52% of the chat is unsure of this pick.
Well, that's
fine.
I mean, that's
24
fine.
excited, 24 mad.
You're probably you should be unsure about almost every pick because they're all
because you don't know them.
They're all scratch-off tickets.
Yeah.
You have no idea, right? And as most fans watching, you're not professional scouts, so you can't make a declaration. And even professional scouts never say for sure he's going to be this. It's always if he hits this, he can be this.
All right, so Elite Prospects has him graded as an A prospect grade. On a scale of 1 to 9, he is a 4 skating, and then 6 across the board, shooting, passing, puck handling, hockey sense, and a 6.5 in physicality. So there you go. I'm trying to find, as we go through the scouting report, the flaws here. There's no debate about Boisvert's skating. He lacks lower body flexion. His stride is lumbering, and he lacks suddenness and explosiveness to separate from his edges. Many of his best plays go incomplete as a result. His skill set means that he won't need to be an NHL average skater to play, but he will have to get a lot closer. So working on skating is something that Boisvert will need to do. Perhaps if his skating was better, he would have been a higher pick. But, again, going to a program like North Dakota, they're going to improve your skating.
Right. And just they give you a breakdown of the 1 through 9 rankings here just so you kind of can figure out where a 4 and a 6 and a 6.5 rank. 1 through 3, not NHL caliber. 4 through 6 is NHL average, and 7 through 9 is high-end skill. So you're talking about a guy at 18 years old having NHL average skill set going to North Dakota.
Yes.
That's encouraging.
Yes. I did not read the Shades of with him, so let me do that real quick. Shades of Braden Shen. So there you go. The next pick is in, by the way.
Chien, that means dog in French for Boisvert.
Well, there you go.
Yes, the pick is in.
Vegas selects Trevor Connolly, the left winger, 6'1", 161, out of the Tri-City Storm. He's a left-hand shot. 52 games, 31 goals, 47 assists, 78 points. A human highlight reel with elite hands and edges, capable of being the sniper, net front finisher, or playmaker. Flashes of physical skills, but plenty of concerns remain. Now, if you remember, this is a story from Katie Strang and Corey Pronman from The Athletic, in a story titled, "Who Will Draft Trevor Connolly?" Quote, many NHL evaluators were already aware that in 2022, when he was 16, Connolly posted a Snapchat picture of a teammate sitting on the floor of the children's area of a library with building blocks assembled in the shape of a swastika. Connolly added the caption, "Creations." The story continues, quote, some NHL people were also aware he had been accused of directing a racial slur at an opponent during a game in 2021, which he has denied. He was initially suspended after that allegation, though the suspension was not upheld, with the disciplinary committee for the California Amateur Hockey Association writing that the allegation could not be corroborated. Connolly repeatedly expressed remorse for the first incident and has maintained his innocence on the second charge to this day, but to the degree to which anyone believes, that is their own perspective. Now, he did come out and speak at the Combine and did own his mistake, the swastika blocks, whatever you want to call them. And people do dumb stuff when they're 16.
I certainly
I
did.
can't say I didn't do. I can
didn't
say
do
with
that.
confidence I didn't do that when I was 16.
But I did some stupid stuff.
But that is a guy who, when it was brought up to us on the chat a couple times leading into the draft, absolute no draft for the Blackhawks.
no, they can't afford another
No way.
PR. Unless you just can't take that hit.
No, and Vegas is a team that can absorb that.
Right.
They don't have a track record of
Right.
things happening
They don't
in their
have
past
a
'cause they
target
don't
on
have
their
a
back.
past.
They don't have a target on their back.
Right.
People are just looking for reasons to hate on the Blackhawks, and having a guy with some questionable past issues would have been given people their ammunition. A heck of a talent,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, and self-inflicted, by the way.
Right.
You know, the
Well-
Hawks deserve all the criticism they got for that.
Absolutely. You know, actions have consequences, and this is part of the consequences. But, you know, this guy probably, Conley, should have been a top 10 pick, top 8 pick. Definitely has the talent. But, you know, that stuff turned people off. Vegas is willing to take him for, you know, his apology and his word, and they're willing to look past that because the talent is too good. Somebody was going to. There was no doubt about that. It was just which team was going to make that pick. And, you know, they're getting a heck of a talented player, hopefully a young man that has learned his lesson.
Yeah.
And, you know, ready to just focus on being the best hockey player he can.
I just want to also just remind people that as I look back on, in my mind's eye, like last 10 years of NHL drafts, the picks that have enraged Hawks fans the most because they seem so out of left field were Alex Vlasic and Nolan Allen.
Yeah.
So
Alex Vlasic has turned out pretty well. Nolan Allen is continuing
Remains-
his
yeah.
development, but on the correct trajectory, looking well. Again, every draft pick is a risk. There are very few sure things. The Blackhawks got a sure thing last year in Connor Bedard, but those guys come around very often.
and they got a sure thing this year in Lev Shunov. Let's not.
Well,
We're fairly certain he's going to be a good player.
He's going to be a good NHL. Is he a sure thing as being an elite franchise type player? No.
Maybe not. No.
But yeah, I would say he's very close to being an NHL defenseman and probably a good one. But especially when you get past the top 5, the top 10, you know, they're all gambles. As I said before we even got into the first pick, a lot of these guys who have these 32 players announced tonight, many of them will never play in the NHL. And some of them who do will barely play in the NHL or will be labeled busts or disappointments. Some of these guys who will play in the NHL won't play in the NHL for the team that drafted them. Look at past drafts and see how many people in the first round are star players. Not as many as you would think. So every pick outside of that once in 5-year generational talent comes with risk.
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to be Connor Bedard right out of the gate. They're not all winning Calder trophies next season. You know, getting a guy like that is super rare. The rest take time. They take development. They take trust. You know, we don't know with the second pick where we got, but those raw talents that we talked about, size, physicality, can score, can pass, that all sounds really good.
Yeah.
And those are all things the Blackhawks need. So now we have to trust the organization to do their job and develop them.
All right, Cole Eiserman off the board. Poor guy is a New York Islander. But hey, if any team needs a guy that can just effing put the puck in the net,
that's the Islanders.
it's the Islanders. Cole Eiserman, left winger, 6'1", 196, left-hand shot of the USNDP. 57 games with them, 58 goals, 31 assists, 89 points. That's 1.56 points per game. Shades of Phil Kessel and Max Pacioretty. Again, pure goal scorers.
Yeah.
The draft's top goal scorer has elite instincts and off-the-pass shooting skill, but must develop the rest of his game to achieve upside. All Eiserman does is score goals, the most in USNDP history to be exact, because when he put the Americans up 2-1 in the gold medal game in the U18 World Hockey Championship, he cleared the previous mark set by Cole Caulfield in 2019. In many ways, Eiserman is a fairly ordinary prospect, except for one, of course, which is extraordinary, And that one dimension of this happens to be the most important one in the sport, scoring goals. This makes his projection fraught because there's always a chance that the NHL won't be so accommodating of his limitations. But if Yzerman hits, you're looking at a player who's going to score 35 to 40 goals like clockwork and be the focal point of your first unit power play. Not a lot of those around. So there you go. Cole Yzerman ultimately goes 20th to the New York Islanders.
We got some supers, guys, if you want to.
Let's do it.
Wanted to point out one shockingly rational take in our chat. Our guy Cole Wyatt says with the Beauvoir trade.
Boisvert.
Sorry, it's been a long week and it's not only Friday. It's apparent the Hawks are building a team, not just assembling a roster.
Yeah.
It's a good take.
That is
Sure.
a good take.
We'll see if it works out.
Okay, so let's get to the super chats. For $1, Nick C has a theory on the pick here of Boisvert. He says, I think they traded for the 18th because they knew the Knights were going to take Sasha Boisvert. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe.
That makes sense.
Marshmallows 95
Marshmallows.
for $1. I think a
95
lot of us
marshmallows.
listened to Craig Button and got excited for a home run swing. The Hawks made the safe pick in Levshunov, so I think we were hoping for the home run swing in Yzerman.
Sure.
That's fair.
No, I completely understand that. And look, before the pick was made, I was saying I want Yzerman. But again, I get it. Disappointment. Was I a little disappointed when it was Boisvert? Yes. Do I know anything about Boisvert? No. Aside from the scouting reports I've read
And
in
he's
different
French.
scouting magazines, like I couldn't tell you. I really
no, I'm
don't
not
have
gonna
a
pretend to be an expert either.
None of us have the insight and input on these guys enough to be furious. And again, as you watch these picks roll in and you follow the hockey analysts, no one's like, what? What a horrible pick.
Right.
No one's doing that.
And then we got one more super, Mr. Koala, $4.99. Hopefully it plays out well, but man, passing on Demidov and Yzerman, I'm not an expert, but I definitely feel a little underwhelmed tonight.
That's fine.
Yeah,
You
I
can
mean,
feel that way.
I get it. Those are flashy
Flash is fun.
players.
There's no doubt
They're
about it.
highlight reel
Flash and
players.
dash.
Yes.
They're the guys that can score the highlight reel goals. They're exciting players. I get it, and it's fine. Like I wanted Demidov for a long time. Didn't get him. Okay. Yzerman would have been great there. Didn't get him. Okay, sure. Disappointing in a bit, but trust the process. Trust the development. Again, if Levshunov is your number one defenseman and Vlasic, they're your top pairing when this team is back in a conference final.
You still have Kevin Korchinski and Ethan Del Mastro and Wyatt Kaiser and Seth Jones.
And maybe Sam Rinzel,
And,
you're okay. That's going to be a good thing.
Yes.
So you just got to let all these things play out. Let it take its time. I do trust from the 2+ years we've seen from this regime. I do trust their development of players. We've seen proof in the pudding already. Alex Vlasic goes and plays a full season in Rockford, and look what we got out of that.
Yep.
They're taking their time with some of these prospects. So I trust them in not rushing them like the past regime did all the time.
Right.
So trust the organization getting these guys ready to play and be productive players.
Montreal on the way to the stage. Here's quickly Corey Promen on Sasha Boisvert. Boisvert is a well-rounded center. He has good size, skates well, has solid offensive skills, and can score goals. Now, Promen says he can skate. His compete level isn't amazing, but it's good enough. He projects as a middle six center in the NHL. And if you're a big believer in the offense, you may see a 2C. Some scouts see that player, but Corey Promen, no, he didn't say that. He says, but most see a 3C. Most people see a third center in him. And Montreal just took Michael Hayes of the Chicago Steel, so that's not going to be great.
That's great. Demidov and Hage. We could see literally what it would have been like if we had them both on the same team.
No kidding. Michael Hage, 6'1", 190, right-hand shot center. Canadian kid, played for the Chicago Steel of the USHL in 54 games, 33 goals, 42 assists, 75 points. A dynamic puck carrier in transition with a quick release. Improvements in defense, physical skills, and playmaking propelled him up the boards. I'm trying to look here. To achieve his lofty upside, Hage must up the pace and add more playmaking. It's not that Hage is a poor skater, Far from it, but falls into the background as he waits for defenders to show vulnerabilities instead of taking control. He has plenty of passing skill, but must get better at absorbing contact before passing off the wall and finding teammates sooner in open ice. Even if Hage never adds the next layer of pace and playmaking to his game, his improved checking skills could make him a third-line center. So it is basically a very similar projection to Sasha Boisvert.
Yeah.
And if they're saying if he puts it all together, Michael Hage is a third-line center, what the scouts said about Boisvert, including Corey Promen, is somewhere between a second and third-line center. So
you're talking very comparable players.
Yes.
One has a name I can pronounce, the other doesn't.
Boisvert. But just say it over and over again.
I really like Michael Hage. I really enjoyed learning about him, seeing him play, through different highlights. And then you hear the story about coming back from an injury last year and then having, his father die unexpectedly right before the season. This kid's been through a lot, and now to get this moment, he's got to be going through a ton of emotions right now.
Yep.
We saw him last night on stage at the NHL Awards show, getting the E.J. McGuire Award. Well-spoken kid, easy to root for. I would have loved to have him in the Blackhawks organization, but he's not. So, I hope we're going to find out what drafting Demidov and Hage would have been.
Scott Walker, Scott Wheeler has a nice long piece on Boisvert. If you want to read it, I'm not going to steal it and read it all on the show, but a good profile on Boisvert. Check it out. I'm going to retweet it here from the CHGO Blackhawks account in a second if you want to read along as the draft continues. So I got to find Scott Wheeler because Twitter's search engine sucks.
What a shock.
It's just brutal. All right.
Guys, we have a super chat from John Bregenzer, who's our guy with the avatar that looks like a floppy Mickey Mouse, but it's actually his dog. $10. From what I gathered, Sasha was a lot higher on NHL draft boards, just like Yakimchuk and Iginla. In my opinion, he is the same tier as Hage, but a better two-way guy and a worse skater.
I mean, when we read the scouting reports, that's what it sounds like. So, there you go. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got two guys that are, same type of players, the measurables are about the same, you go with the guy you feel has a higher ceiling. And obviously, it's Sasha instead of Hage. So, again, making declarations 3 seconds after a pick, it's just
tough.
it seems silly, but that's where we are. So it's time to get him in the system, and he'll be in town Sunday as development camp starts, and you get the ball rolling, and we see where we are in a couple of years. No matter who you picked at 21, or I'm sorry, at 18. Is a guy that's going to be 2-3 years away from being an NHL player.
Yeah.
So, there is a long-term plan in effect here, and we'll see how it pans out. People are worried about scoring in the future.
In the year
You have
2000.
you have tons of draft capital. You have tons of cap space. You'll go and get the scoring when you need it. This year is going to be about an improved team. Some people took that Kyle Davidson presser at the end of the year about it's time to take the next step and it's time to improve. Some people thought that meant, cool, playoffs and Stanley Cup next year, right? No, that just means we're not in the running for the first overall pick next season. And it's time to start getting these young players in here and getting their feet wet. It's going to take time to get all these guys that have been drafted over the third Kyle Davidson draft, getting them into the system. There's a lot of talent coming. Scouting reports on an 18-year-old. I mean, I'd love to go back. Maybe this is something we do in a couple of weeks when things slow down, is we go back and we look at scouting reports of some of the best players in the game right now and see what they said.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
scouting reports can be wrong a lot. That's going to be a fun project. I'm going to start putting some of those together. Look at some of today's top players and see what their scouting reports say and say how many of them were like, well, maybe a third line player, bad skater, and then you compare it to where they are now, and we'll see where we are.
I'm just looking here at the 2020 draft rankings. You know, it's like Scott Wheeler's top 100 prospects from 2020. We could take a look at this and just see kind of how it shakes out right now. I mean, it's number 1 it was going to be Alexei Lafreniere, of course.
Lafreniere.
Number 2 is Quentin Byfield. Right. Number 3, Marco Rossi. Number 4, Cole Perfetti.
Can't find the ice in Winnipeg.
Number 5, Lucas Raymond. Number 6, Alexander Holtz. Number 7, Tim Stützle.
Yeah, he's a little higher on that list when it comes to. I mean, when you rank out who's the best players now, Tim Stützle's probably at the top of that list.
Number 10, Noel Gunler.
That guy.
Yaroslav Askarov.
Might be looking for a new team soon.
Jan Mysak.
No, come on. That's not a name.
Like, there's a lot of these are, you know, here it's Seth Jarvis, 16th.
Right. He's better than that. Dylan Holloway.
Dawson Mercer. Jake Sanderson, 19th. You know, it's a crapshoot. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of players. And by the way, just to be clear, I'm not knocking Scott Wheeler. Of course not. It's just to show you that when you're pulling from this pool of a couple hundred kids,
none of these rankings are ever
4 or 5
accurate.
slots is just like it's a coin flip.
It's a very tough job to project how 18-year-olds are going to be in 6 years.
Right.
So, yeah, the immediate reaction, I get it. Disappointment, you didn't get your guys. Demidov and Hage here in Chicago would be awesome. I'd be ecstatic about that.
We got a pick.
Yep, the Predators just selected Yegor Surin, center winger, 6'1", 192, left-hand shot out of Russia. He played for Lokomotiv Yaroslavl in the MHL last year.
Sick jersey.
Most of his games there. 42 games, 22 goals, 30 assists, 52 points. Elevator pitch, pops up all over the ice and is a disruptive force for opponents, flashes strong skill, but the sense lags behind. So 5 skating, 5.5 shooting, 5.5 passing, 6 puck handling, 4.5 hockey sense, 5 physicality. So there you go. Yegor Surin is the latest Nashville Predator. Shades of Ridley Grigg.
Ooh, so he's going to piss off the Maple Leafs is what you're telling me.
That's fine.
And they're on the clock.
There you go. Toronto is on the clock.
Yeah. What? It seems I'm looking this up before I make the. Does Nashville love drafting Russian guys? Yeah, first round pick in 2021 was a Russian player. Yaskarov in 2020. Afanaseyev, that's second rounder. Yeah, they like their Russian players in Nashville. Yeah, it sounds like a Nashville Predator type player when you read off those attributes.
Yep. It's an interesting pick for them. We'll see. Hopefully he sucks.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, he's definitely wearing an ugly jersey right now. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, absolutely. ESPN saying key skills, offensive creativity, going to scoring areas, and tenacity, continued growth, puck management. So there you go. Yegor Surin. Yeah, Toronto's on the clock here at 23.
Anyone else tired?
It's kind of flying by, I think. It's
we
going
are
fast.
rolling. Yeah, we're doing good here.
I mean, remember, tomorrow is going to be like boom, 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 pick.
Yeah, this is going pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's only, we are what, 2
hours and 42 minutes
Yeah.
we went on the air.
Only that seems so much more. And what do we got? We've got,
10 picks left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yep.
So we're 2/3 of the way through there.
We got any more super chats or comments we need to get to?
Not at the moment. I'm waiting to see if Mario's going to be calling back in.
I'm just looking on Twitter.
Don't never do that.
Merrick interviewing the Caps pick, and when they had the camera on him when he was picked, and he was kind of like, wait a minute, that was my name? They picked me? Like, he said he completely blacked out once he heard his name. I mean, those are the fun moments.
That's awesome.
At the draft.
That when mom and dad.
I was just gonna say, has anybody's parents gotten uncomfortably affectioned
Ugh.
on TV yet?
Yeah, Skinamax level kiss.
Look at this. We got a trade. Frank Saravalli says the Maple Leafs are trading the pick to the Ducks. Apparently, the Maple Leafs do not like making first-round picks.
Apparently not.
Let's see what we got going on.
We
there.
for sure the Ducks are on the clock now? Is that what we're
It's
saying?
not official, but Frank Saravalli reporting it that
Wow.
it's going to the Ducks.
What are they doing? Have you not learned from these other teams that you have to have some kind of safety net set up in the future to keep yourself competitive?
Well, I mean, they may only be going down a pick or two. Let's see.
Well,
Yeah.
Anaheim did have 31 in this round, so
Are
maybe
the
that's the move.
are the
But who are they going to get?
Are they taking John Gibson? Do they need a goalie? They always need a
Hopefully
goalie.
they take John Mustard.
Yeah, get John Mustard out of here.
I want that guy. So
You know it's
bad.
coming tomorrow.
I want that guy at 50 so bad, just because. And he's a nice little player too.
Yeah. While we're waiting for the
nice
news
little
on this
bonus.
trade and we're waiting for the pick to be made, why don't you do us a favor? If you're watching us live on YouTube, go ahead and smash that like button for us. We would really appreciate that. Make sure you subscribe as well. It's very, very helpful for us. And if you're listening on the podcast replay, thanks for that. Make sure you follow, subscribe on your favorite podcast app, whatever you call it. Every app has kind of a different name for it, but do that and take 30 seconds to leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. We would appreciate that very,
Go
very
buy that
much.
new shirt that we got on screen.
Yeah, that new NHL
27.
94 inspired 27 design. Very, very sweet, honoring the newest Blackhawks Hall of Famer. By the way, a lot of people have asked about, hey, is he going to go in as a Hawk or as... You don't go in as anything in the Hockey Hall of Fame. You just go in,
Right.
and your face is on a plaque. I mean, it might show a jersey you wore, but it's black and white.
Right, you're not wearing a hat like
Right,
in
exactly.
baseball,
So you don't really enter as a member of anything. But
You
if
should,
they
though.
were, I'm certain that Jeremy Roenick would be entering as a Blackhawk.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know. I say like he's probably most remembered for being a Blackhawk, but this is coming from
A couple quick supers.
Chicago.
Oh, we got the trade details here, by the way.
Here we
Leafs
go.
trade
Let's
pick
go.
23 to Anaheim for numbers 31 and 58, so Toronto adds a second rounder by moving down to 31.
All right.
Okay,
So,
Who do the Ducks want?
Ducks are eyeing somebody here.
yeah, clearly.
Maybe the
And
Norwegian. Isn't that Solberg?
Solberg, maybe, yeah.
Maybe they're going.
Chernyshov is still there, too.
Maybe they're going for
Greentree.
E.G. Emery, who has not been picked yet.
Emery's out there.
Probably the best defenseman left. We'll see. It's Pat Verbeek, so you don't know until you know.
It's a mystery.
Ryder Ritchie sounds like a guy the Ducks would want.
Yeah.
I don't know why he sounds like a Duck. A couple supers.
Is he in
Dom
relation to Lionel?
Cagney.
Hey, Dom.
I don't know. What if he's
I don't think it's spelled the same.
yeah. Anyways, Dom Cagney, $1.99. Do second rounders ever come straight to the show?
Very rarely. Yeah, no.
That's a tough one.
No, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I doubt it.
I mean, I'd have to go look, but it doesn't, not really.
Yeah. And then the letter N, another $4.99 from
Oh,
the
thank
letter
you.
N. The Today Show is sponsored by the letter N. Go back and look at the 2012 draft and see how much the GMs and experts got wrong. We just won't know for a few years.
Exactly. Thank you for being
A great letter.
logical. N is my
2012
favorite letter
NHL
today.
draft. Here we go. Number 1, Nail Yakupov. By the way, consensus number 1.
Yeah.
Ryan Murray, Alex Galchenyuk, Griffin Reinhart, Morgan Riley. That's the one you can find that's still playing at a normal level. Hampus Lindholm, Matt Dumba,
Hampus.
Derek Pouliot, Jacob Trouba, penis. Slater Cuckoo, it went 10th. Slater Cuckoo went 10th in the draft. Philip Forsberg,
Blackhawks legend.
Mikhail Grigorenko, Radek Foska, Zemgus Girgensons, Cody Ceci, Tom Wilson, Thomas Hurdle, our beloved boy Teuvo Teravainen. At 19th, Andrei Vasilevsky.
Oh, God.
Scott Lawton, Mark Jankowski, Oli Mata, Mike Matheson, Malcolm Subban, first-round pick, Jordan Schmaltz, Brendan Gaunce, Henrik Samuelsson, Brady Shea, Stefan Matteau, Tanner Pearson. That's your first round.
That's not a good first round.
No. Jake McCabe, by the way, selected 44th. Brock McGinn, 47th. Colton Sissons, 50th.
Not a very good draft period.
Chris Tierney, 55th. Jordan Martinook, Damon Severson. There's some good picks late in this one. Lots of games played. All right, the Ducks are making their pick right now.
The Ducky Ducks.
Who's it going to be?
Well, I just found us.
There's Solberg.
It is
Okay.
Solberg. Okay.
Solberg's the pick. Stian Solberg, 6'2", 201 defenseman from Norway. Left-handed shot with Vålerenga in the Norwegian League. 42 games played, 5 goals, 10 assists, 15 points. A defensive defenseman with one of the best physical games in the entire draft. Flashed more and more growth and potential in the rest of his skill set towards the end of the season. Skating 5.5, shooting 5, passing 5.5, puck handling 5, hockey sense 5, physicality 8. That's probably the biggest physicality score we've seen so far.
And Pat Verbeek picked him. Not a surprise there.
No, not at all.
I did find a second-round pick who played in the NHL the very next season. And that was Patrice Bergeron. Perhaps you've heard of him. He played as an 18-year-old. He was picked 45th overall.
I have heard of him.
Yes, not a bad pick there. Nikita Kucherov took 2 years, but that's the Russian factor there. But yeah, so I did find one for you, Dom. Patrice Bergeron, who, if you redid the 2003 NHL draft, is probably, if not number 1 overall, in the top 3, because that is a Hall of Famer. But that's how rare, that's how special of a player you have to be to get picked in the second round and play in the NHL immediately.
Looks like the Avalanche are making a trade here.
Oh, our guys are going to have to wait a little longer.
God, it's so bad. I feel bad for them.
Should we go run on their set? Yell at them.
I'm kind of listening for their reaction. So the Avalanche are currently on the clock, but it looks like that pick has been traded to Utah.
To Utah.
To the
Utah's moving up in an exchange of picks with Colorado.
the Utua Hockey Club.
Yeah. That's from Elliot Friedman, by the way. That's the third trade of the first round. So that's 3 more than last year.
It is.
But I still have been like, come on, I want to see some players moving and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
To me, the
Natchez.
we were told this time last week, Elliot Freeman reported that he expects something to happen real quick. That tells me Carolina's asking price is way too high.
Yeah.
And nobody's biting on it just yet. So we'll see. Waiting on the word for this trade between the Avalanche and the other possibly mountain-themed team eventually.
I'm trying to see if I can
Trading
find.
with their new rivals.
And that could be a fun rivalry.
Yep.
By the way, the Cubs are losing, obviously. Now that they did have the lead. Cubs.
So a normal game.
Yeah, a very normal game. Although it is a little early, though. It's still it's still Tyone on the mound. It was not the bullpen that did it today.
Nice.
Maybe it was the defense.
Name of the tiny mouth.
Gary Bettman talking about the trade.
Yeah, it looks like a pick swap here. I'm waiting for it to pass the.
Interesting that Anaheim's both picks are Norwegians.
That is interesting. All right, here's the trade. Colorado trades 24 to Utah for picks 38 and 71 in this draft and a 2025 second-round pick. That's not a bad return.
So they get no first-round pick. Our guys from DNVR get no pick tonight then.
Glad they came.
They came,
Thanks for coming.
You guys got to wait a little longer now, apparently. Well,
They got to stay on until tomorrow.
Yeah. Stick around, gentlemen.
Oh, that would suck. With no player coming back to react to, you come all the way down here, you set up, you do this broadcast, and you're like,
there's worse places in the world that
Yeah,
have
that's
nothing
true.
to be excited about.
If
than
I were
Las
them, I
Vegas.
would just shut the thing off immediately and
Yeah.
go downstairs to Stadium Swim. That's what I would do.
yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks.
Cannonball. Well, the Avalanche are a team that has not made a ton of first-round picks in the last few years. That's what happens when you go for Stanley Cups every season. So they were looking for quantity, not quality, here in this draft. So they're definitely getting some more picks. And now Utah is going to get their second first-round pick of the night. They had 3 last year, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yeah. By the way, did we give the 1 through 9 rating on Levshunov? I don't think we did.
No, we did not.
6.5 skating, 6 shooting, 6 passing, 6 puck handling, 6 hockey sense, 7.5 physicality.
All right. That's raw materials for an 18-year-old to work with.
No roids. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Is anybody surprised? No.
Nope. You don't have to choose misery.
No, choose chill, my friend.
Yes, choose,
right.
choose the chill. The Utah Hockey Club.
Well, I could use one of those right now, by the way.
Hockey club?
I could use like
Coors
7.
Light. Yeah,
Speaking
that
of
would
which,
be
can you hand me one of those
100%.
Agua frias.
ice cold beverages we have down there?
I'm going to drip on my pantalones. Hang on.
Courtesy of the fine folks here at Circa. Okay,
I gotta say, this is awesome. I know it's like for us in this room is like, but like looking at the stream, this is so freaking
This is great.
cool.
We
It
got a
looks
lot of
great.
people watching. We have a strong Ethernet signal.
Yeah, there were
we-
some issues at that table over there. So
It
I'm a
is
little concerned.
functioning. We are on the air. We have not had any hiccups. Knock on wood. Knock on drywall
Knock
panels.
on- yeah.
All that great
Yeah,
stuff.
the desk is amazing. Honestly, Greg, you you win. That was
Yeah,
so cool.
I don't like to toot my own horn very often, but toot on that one.
Here comes Bill Armstrong, formerly of the
Oh,
Coyotes.
are
Did they get all matching suits?
Yeah,
Yes, they
they
did.
So stupid.
Nerds.
This is the reason why the draft is going to be decentralized, because they're spending so much money
Too
on
much
matching
money.
suits.
Yep.
Well, at least they're wearing like just standard dark suits. They don't got the red velvet on like they had last year or whatever that was.
Yeah, the red velvet was kind of cool though.
Oh, red velvet cake. I can go for some of that too.
Or a donut. Yeah, you got some good. They got Pink Box. They got Easy Donuts.
Well, there you go.
Cole Baudin. I know I'm not saying that right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Cole Baudin.
My next,
Baudouin?
Baudin?
my next petition for the NHL is no more French Canadian players.
That'll go over big.
Love the French Canadian players.
Why can't I find this guy? Cole, right? C-O-L-E?
Yep.
There he is.
Baudouin.
Baudois?
I'm
Probably
going with
Baudois.
Baudouin.
Anyway, Cole, is a 6'2", 201 center from Canada, shades of William Carrier and Andrew Kopp. With the Barrie Colts of the OHL, had 28 goals, 34 assists, 62 points in 28 games, 4.5 skating, 5 shooting, 5.5 passing, 4.5 puck handling, 5.5 hockey sense, 7.5 physical. The ultimate bottom 6 checking forward, intelligence, skill, and outrageous work ethic. That is Cole Baudouin. Baudouin. Baudouin.
Baudouin?
Baudouin.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm sure, but you hear that and you're like, bottom 6 checking forward. Why are you taking him in the first round? Some people may say. Well, not every first rounder is an all-star, and not every fifth rounder is a fourth line checker.
Ralph J. Super chat for $2. Not disappointed, just severely underwhelmed at 18.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
underwhelmed.
Fair enough.
That's but
I think DNVR is actually going to go down to Stadium Swim. They have gotten up from the table,
Yep,
and
they're done.
I think
They
they've
quit.
decided
they just quit.
we have Nathan McKinnon, we have Cale Makar.
Yeah,
We do not need to.
they
be
got
here
all their
anymore.
guys on stage last night.
Okay, according to pronouncenames.com,
Okay.
it is Baudouin.
But why?
Baudouin.
Okay,
But
well,
why?
He's not a Blackhawk. I don't have to learn that one.
Yep. Baudouin. That makes sense.
Not really, but okay.
No, I mean it doesn't, but it does.
I see that and I think Nicholas Bodine.
Yeah.
But there's extra letters.
That was
in
also
that.
like, is it Baudin? Is it Bodine? What is it?
I like the Bodines. They're
Yeah,
a
the
good band.
Bodines. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Wisconsin's very own.
All right, so the Bruins on the clock.
Yes, with their first round pick since the 1970s. This was the pick they got back from the Linus Ullmark trade.
Yeah.
It was theirs originally. They traded it to Detroit for Tyler
Louis
Bertuzzi.
Detroit.
Detroit traded it to Ottawa for Alex DeBrincat, and then And then Ottawa traded it back to Boston for Linus Ullmark.
John Bragenzer sends us another super chat with his cute dog. $5. Maybe we can get Matvey Gryden at number 34, Sasha's teammate and point leader in the USHL.
Okay. Where's he rated?
91st.
That might be a little too early then.
Maybe we can get him at
Yes.
50 or
That
69.
might be a third round guy. Might be a little.
But as always,
Boisvert.
love seeing your dog. Thank you for the super chat.
Boisvert. That's the official.
Boisvert.
Boisvert is the official
Yeah.
phonetic way to say it. We'll get it eventually.
Boisvert.
Bon Iver,
That's the way I had that right.
Justin Vernon.
All right. The Bruins got about a minute and 50 seconds left to make their pick. We'll see what happens. By the way, no goalies off the board. Not a huge surprise.
There wasn't like one
Yeah.
of the elite first round guys this year. First round for goalie doesn't happen. It happens more now than it used to, but it still doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah.
We had that rare class a couple years ago with Askarov and Wallstead and Kosa were all first round picks. But not a super surprise that there's no goalies taking. I mean, it's tough to take a goalie that early in the draft. Blackhawks are hoping the second round is the magic round for goaltenders, where Camesso and Guyan were both second round picks.
I think we'll be hearing from Mario here shortly, too, so stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for Mario. He'll join us from the Sphere as we are at pick 25 with Boston on the clock here. Another reminder, smash that like button for us and check out our new shirt drop. I know I'm throwing it on you quick, Law. No big deal. CHGOlocker.com, the NHL 94 Center 27 design. You know who that is, the latest Blackhawks Hall of Famer. Really cool design.
Ty
You want to come
Jones.
behind the camera here and show them the 98 Center design you're wearing?
Yeah, why not?
So
Love to be
people
back there.
can,
Or I could just put myself on
Oh,
camera.
there you go. Do that.
No, I'd rather be back on this one.
All right. There you go. I can't see the screen, but I'm assuming you can see Law. So imagine that, but it's got a Hall of Fame banner on it and the 97 C, and it's a straight
27.
black shirt. It is not the heathered gray. It is
No,
black.
You'll actually be able to see the CHGO logo
Yeah.
on this one.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
Upgrade.
So pick that one up. I know a couple other. I know that the I can't say the names, but the DNVR Avalanche show has a 29 version, and the now defunct Coyotes have a number 92 version.
And the PHLY have a 16C
Oh.
for their legendary
Yes.
player at that position.
Robert something. Smigel. Goulet.
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just looking at guys who might be at 34.
Green Tree's still out
Tomorrow.
there.
Green
Dean
Tree's-
Letourneau's still out there. And
Yeah.
his mom, Mary Kay.
I mean,
Chernyshov is still out there.
as guys get picked ahead of where they're supposed to, that pushes guys down. I'm already starting to look ahead at 34 and see what might be there.
Andrew Basha is still there.
Yeah,
We were talking about him around 18.
still some good players out there. EJ Emery's still on the board if you want to go.
Yeah, let's move up and
Oh, I like
defensive
that. I
route.
actually like that idea a lot. Now Boston's going to take him, jerks. I'm going through the.
Liam Greentree is the highest guy on the elite prospects rankings, still on the board.
Yep. Could see Boston taking him here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to try and predict Boston. I'll predict it wrong.
All right, Don Sweeney.
Who are they taking? Oh, Mario is ready. We should.
All right, let's get this pick and then we'll grab
Yeah,
Mario.
we should get Mario on the air.
Oh,
when
there he goes.
when
There's
it's-
Dean Letourneau.
Oh, there he
Dean
goes.
Letourneau.
That's-
is-
All right, 32nd ranked prospect according to Elite Prospects, 6'7", 209. That is a twig. Right-handed center from Canada. He played with St. Andrews College primarily last season. 56 games, 61 goals, 66 assists, 127 points. That's 2.27 points per game.
Yeah, the competition level, that might not have been
That's true.
stellar.
A supremely skilled 6'7" right shot center who dominated in transition with St. Andrews College, considered a unicorn because of how free he operates with his size and higher end tools. 5 skating, 5 shooting, 6 passing, 6 puck handling, 5 hockey sense, 7 physical. That is Dean Letourneau. Shades of Nick Bukestad and Tage Thompson. And a team like Boston's a kind of team that can take some time and develop a kid like this and
they've had
keep
success
reloading.
with large
Well,
players.
I mean, look, like that's why when you look at Toronto and you look at Boston, like Boston's a team that like I know they haven't had first round picks, but like when they get guys, they develop them well. They've got a really good system of development.
Yeah, well, to a degree.
Like their
I mean,
high picks more often, it seems like, hit very well.
Yeah.
All right.
They've had a lot
Mario
of
is calling in. Do you want to get Mario on here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get his thoughts on his. There's Cam Neely.
I didn't hear the old bloop, bloop, bloop
yep.
sound.
I mean, Mario. The shot is going to be a little wonky here. Let's take a look. Let's bring him in.
All right, Mario, thanks for there he is.
Hello.
Mario Tirabassi. How's it going? We are learning the pronunciation of Sasha Boisvert. I know you got to hear from him a few minutes ago. What did he have to say after being picked at 18 by the Blackhawks?
Well, I mean, pretty standard. He's excited to be a part of the organization and be able to, be a part of the rebuild and be a guy that is going to provide something that the Blackhawks don't have, is that power forward down the middle. He says that, one of his favorite players growing up was Evgeny Malkin, but a guy that he, wants to emulate and mold his game after is Anze Kopitar. I'll take either of those as a model for a guy like him. He's got a good frame on him, 6'2", 185. He does have a power forward style of game, likes to play physical, but he also has, a really deceptively good shot. Put up 36 goals in 61 games last year with Muskegon in the USHL. He's headed to North Dakota. I think a lot of people wanted, Ivan Demidov to be the partner for Connor Bedard, but hey, maybe they got maybe not his scoring winger, but maybe they got a guy that can protect Connor over the next couple of years, because Boisvert, he's into boxing. His dad owns a boxing gym. He's been boxing his whole life, and he says, if he wasn't going to be a hockey player, he'd be a boxer. So I know the Blackhawks last year during their off-ice prospect camp did a lot of boxing training. Maybe Boisvert will be a guy that'll actually give them a couple pointers. Maybe give Luke Richardson some pointers on that too.
That'd be fun. I mean, we were here. You were there at the Sphere. We're here. Obviously, two guys we were thinking about: Cole Eiserman, Michael Hage. You've done a lot more of the draft research leading up to this. I mean, what do you feel about? Was that the right move, or would you have gone with either the scorer in Eiserman or Hage, who, when you read the two, scouting reports, it seems like they're pretty comparable?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get into that range, there's a lot of, small margins that you're going off of with these different players. I mean, it kind of made sense with Hage on the board, being a Chicago Steel player. That's a connection to the organization, not only geographically, but also ownership of the Chicago Steel changed over to Wirtz. So that it seemed like all signs pointed to that, but they went with Boisvert, and look, I don't think it's a bad choice. I think you get a guy who's again, the Blackhawks have holes everywhere in their organization that they need to get prospects and get guys that are going to be a part of the future to play those roles. And one of them is a guy down the middle, a power forward that has size and can figure into a middle six or a top six role. I think Boisvert is a guy that does that. Sometimes it comes down to just, how these players perform at the combine, or how they, in interviews, how they come off to different guys. And it just comes down to, again, those small margins within the scouting staff that, the Blackhawks decide to go one way or the other. I was shocked that Cole Eiserman was still available at 18. That would have been very exciting to get a guy with his scoring ability. Again, Hayes would have been good too. I think there were a lot of good options still on the board, but Boisvert is one of those guys that, I figured if the Blackhawks went that direction, it's not a really bad direction to go.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we make a lot of the fact that, Hayes was on the steal and at Chicago, and we're Chicago, and that means that they should make the pick. Muskegon, Michigan is 3 hours from Chicago. It's not a journey.
Well, and they probably saw him a lot because Muskegon and the Chicago Steel play each other a lot.
Yes.
So they probably had a lot of eyeballs on him as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
the LA
Boisvert
Kings
actually
are,
said.
Go ahead, Mario. Sorry.
I was going to say, Boisvert actually said that one of his favorite memories from the past season was clinching a playoff spot against the Chicago Steel. So I thought that was just kind of a little interesting thing that he had in there.
What was his level of excitement about joining the Blackhawks? I saw some comments online about joining a rebuild as Liam Greentree, by the way, off the board, selected just now by the LA Kings.
Another power forward that would have been nice for the Blackhawks, but they went with Boisvert. Yeah, I mean, look, like the Blackhawks prospect system is an exciting one to watch. Exciting to see them develop as we are observers and fans, and invested in the progress of the team. But to be a player that to be picked to be a part of that process, a team that is looking to push into the future. As I look at a big old poster of Patrick Kane, push into the future of the Blackhawks into a new era. And when a team like that is using a first round pick on you, that means something. That's a sign of an investment in you. And I think as a young player, as an 18-year-old, in this environment, on this like life-changing day to be drafted in the NHL, to go to Chicago, go to an Original Six organization, and not be not be picked by a team that's just like, we'll worry about you down the road. Like Chicago is going to worry about Sacha Boisvert's development and what he becomes right away, because that's the position that they're in. They need these kinds of players for the future. So I think it's no surprise that he'd be excited in general, but to come to an organization like the Blackhawks, where they're at, the emphasis is on the prospect pipeline for sure.
Omar, you've done a lot of the pre-draft stuff for the website. You put out your 50 names. Fans should know you did a couple mock drafts. As the draft as a whole.
We got news. The Hawks are trading for this Carolina pick.
Oh, well, there you go.
Mario, we're going to let you go so you can get up there and get this piece of news.
Oh, my God. They traded back into the first round. Oh,
Frank Saravalli reporting. So we'll get some news on this pick. ESPN is in break at the moment.
I am up here by where the players are, so, I mean, there's no use in me going down to the floor because I'm just going to come right back up here anyways, so I'll hang around. This is exciting.
Anyone on the board right now before the pick's made that intrigues you that's still available? Greentree would have been really nice to get right there. By the way, I'm going to give his Kings drafted Greentree, 6'2", 198, left winger, 90 points in 64 games for the Windsor Spitfires. A human highlight reel, capable of making the big plays look easy and small plays look skillful. Defensively astute and a big producer, but concerns about his skating can't be ignored. 4.5 skating, 7 shooting, 7 passing, 7 puck handling, 7 hockey sense, 6.5 physicality. Okay, sorry, Mario. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, looking at who's still available and what the Blackhawks are, again, where they're at with what they have as needs, there are some intriguing names still on the board. Igor Chernyshov is an interesting name. He's a Russian winger, another power forward type of guy who has a good scoring ability. EJ Emery is still on the board, right-handed defenseman, big size, steady defenseman that likes to play a physical game. And another one who's just like that, right shot defenseman, big, rangy, likes to play a physical game, Charlie Elick. out of the WHL. So, I mean, right now, those are three names that pop out to me right away that I see here still available. That if the Blackhawks are getting back in there, I'm interested to see what the deal is going to be.
Yeah, we're looking
There are
for
definitely-
the details.
There are definitely some skilled players and players that fit the mold that the Blackhawks would want that are still on the board.
Wow. Okay, so the Hawks traded number 34 and number 50
Oh boy.
for number 27 overall. So it definitely feels like they're targeting someone here.
That's it.
That's it. So 34 and 50. So 2 second-round picks.
Tomorrow just got easier.
Yeah, tomorrow definitely will get easier. We don't have to get to the Spirit till 10 o'clock now.
Wow. Okay.
It's somebody they want.
Very interesting.
They want someone specific. They're announcing the trade right now. I can hear out on the floor. All right. Well, hey, three first-round picks in 2022. You got Bedard last year and 3 first-round picks this year now.
Yeah.
That's how you rebuild.
That would be 8 first-round picks in the last 3 years.
That's how you rebuild.
Yep. All right, let's see who the pick is here. I'm on pins and needles.
This is
While
exciting.
we wait,
I love
smash the like button.
I love
for
Yes,
us.
please. Smash the like button and they'll pick the guy you want.
Yeah, of course.
They're drafting John Mustard here, Jay.
Oh, my God.
I'd be so
Chernyshov is
happy.
very appealing. That makes a lot of sense, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're on the clock here now. I think they're going to take – I think they've been getting 3 minutes, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the clock would reset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're showing Kyle just sitting there at the desk. So.
I always wondered, like, with all professional drafts, when you see a trade, obviously you're trading up to get a guy. Why are you waiting? Just go make the pick. You're not
exactly.
deciding who you're picking here at this point. If you're giving up, if you're giving up your 2 picks tomorrow
Yeah.
to get this guy, so your 2 second-round picks.
They didn't throw in the negotiating rights to Tavo? Come on.
I was going to say Natchez, but,
No, could you imagine?
Rod Brendamore doesn't look too pleased there, but then again, he never looks too pleased.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen him smile.
Yeah, when they
No,
won the
not
cup, he
usually.
He
did.
kind of more yelled than smiled, though. But I don't know if he can smile because of all the damage to his face.
That's true, too.
All right.
Yeah, this will
225.
this will be an interesting little development here. But hey, look, Kyle Davidson's being aggressive. He tried to do this last year. 2 years ago, he had 0 first-round picks and came away with 3. Like he is being aggressive in this environment, in the in the draft process, and we've talked to him, and we've talked to the scouting staff before, and they're very they're a group that are very sure of themselves. They go through the process of making sure that all the voices in the scouting department are heard. Everyone's able to say their piece about decision making in the decision making process, and it's not a one man show. So with that being the case, I know there's some organizations and some former GMs that operated that way, and people like to have the end all be all at the top. Davidson, while he's in that top position, he listens to all of the voices in the room and tries to make the most informed decision as possible. So
They just showed him at the table, smiling very widely and nodding. So apparently, got what they wanted here. I'm fascinated to know what it is or who it is.
Yeah.
rather. I don't think they traded for like a Volkswagen.
No, he can't.
Although we
Maybe.
do have one available outside of our Airbnb.
He can't skate though. Volkswagen can't skate.
they're showing Kyle Davidson a lot here. He's just got a big smile on his face. So whoever they're moving up for,
What are they waiting on,
they really wanted to get this player.
maybe a
whoever-
pronunciation
you could
guide.
tell.
Yeah, there you go.
That would have been nice for us about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I called him Wasford.
Yeah, Mario, we were getting killed in the chat for Boisvert.
No, you know what? I in my head I was just like, oh, it's Boisvert, and I'm like, that can't be right. And so I asked him as soon as his availability was over, and he told me it was Boisvert. So there you go.
Yeah. Once Jay read in one of his scouting reports that he speaks French, I was like, oh man, we've been butchering his name.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick is
Merrick.
in. It is Merrick Vanacker out of Brantford. I like
right.
Merrick Vanacker.
Tell us
I
what you
like
got on
Nick.
him before I read the scouting report.
I like Merrick Vanacker. He's a good two-way forward. He's got decent size to him, high motor. I mean, look, this sound like all cliches, but I think this is a player that is the Blackhawks have had a good opportunity to have eyes on him because he's teammates with Nick Lardis. He was with Team Canada at the U18 World Championships, won a gold medal there. He is a guy that I think has a strong mind for the game, and he's got a great offensive ability. I think this is a really good pick for the Blackhawks to get a guy who's got some sneaky skills to his game. That's for sure.
All right, so we need to know, is it Vanacker or Vanacker?
Vanacker.
Vanacker. All right, so here's the scouting report. Left winger, 6 foot 165, left-hand shot from Canada. Shades of Brandon Saad. With the Brantford Bulldogs of the
We're gonna have to trade for him
OHL
now.
last year, 36 goals, 46 assists, 82 points in 68 games. The elevator pitch, a skilled, versatile scoring threat with puck protection skills and high-speed drives, just waiting on consistency to tie everything together. I'm going to read the whole scouting report because why not? Merrick Vanacker can fade into the background some shifts, but that's just his style of game. He's an opportunistic scorer. You don't necessarily spot him until he's skating past the defense to catch a breakaway pass and beating the goalie with a perfectly placed in-stride shot. Vanacker anticipates changes of possession and gaps in coverage at time and times his drives in these pockets to get scoring chances. He steals the puck on the back check and on the forecheck and instantly turns these plays into odd man attacks, and he can traverse a neutral zone quickly with powerful forward strides of deception, east-west crossovers, and pick the corners of the net off the rush. But it's really in quick possession plays that his game shines the most. He has a mental map of his teammates' position, and he bounces the puck off of them to get around the defense and in the scoring areas, and he can make some defense-breaking 1 or 2 touch passes in transition, giving open lanes to teammates to take the puck up the ice. Quote, he grabbed an assist with a point-blank deflection on the power play, but the highlight was his work down low, wrote Elite Prospects Director of North American Scouting, Mitch Brown. Quote, he set up a trio of chances from behind the net. One set up a deke around a defender and another by absorbing contact while cutting back. He drove inside and found the drop pass. He used the backhand and flashed some open ice deception. There's not much missing in Vanacker's offensive skill set. He's precise and clever and can make plays in open ice and along the walls with his stick handling, shielding ability, and passing skills. The lack of consistency in his play this season made his projection more complicated, however. It took us a lot of viewings to get an accurate picture of his game, and it's not until later in the season that we started feeling comfortable pushing him up our board. The team that will draft him won't do it for his shutdown skills or his motor. He's a lower-paced player who barely makes plays below the face-off circle in the defensive zone and doesn't show a lot of interest for that side of the game currently. But his well-rounded offensive skills and the development runway makes him a valuable prospect. Next season, he could become one of the OHL leaders in scoring, and with a little more urgency, 3-zone involvement, and better skating mechanics, his playmaking game could grow exponentially. If all goes well in his development, he could become the perfect complementary scorer on a top 6 line. Vanacker's ability to retrieve and win pucks from the walls and pass them to the middle of the ice to teammates could prop up the talents of everyone on his line. Again, that is from Elite Prospects.
This is a good quote I like from a unnamed Western Conference scout, again provided by Elite Prospects. I love this guy. He's hard to play against, has high compete. He's got a great shot, plays on the inside. He can play on the defensive side, maybe even be a matchup type guy. 6-on-5. If you need a goal, then you put him in the net front. He can do that a lot for you. I know he didn't put his best work out there at the U18s, but he was hurt. So obviously it's a guy that Kyle Davidson knew that I'm not going to get somebody better than this in the second round tomorrow, so go for it today. And as we know, when you build a team, not fill a roster, it takes years to do it. You don't do it in one draft. And in the past couple of draft classes, the Blackhawks were obviously targeting your speedy guys, your Frank Nazars, your Oliver Moores, you have a Nick Lardis, like these smaller, fast, dynamic players. With the 2 first-round forward picks today, they're obviously now going for some bigger guys that play inside the dots, a little more physical, can set up these dynamic, speedy guys. You're building the team.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I just was putting it back.
I think it's that's spot on, Greg. Like they are in best player available mode, but they are doing it in a way that it seems like almost every pick that's been made in the first round, second round, of the last couple of drafts is a 2 birds with 1 stone type of pick. Like it is getting who they believe to be the best player on their board at that time, a player that they want to go get. As you see here, trading back into the third round or in the first round for a third time, and it's a player that they need, player that they don't have in their system. So, I like the way that Kyle Davidson has been going about his draft strategy. I have every reason to trust the process that he's laid out, because so far the return on the prospects that have come in have been pretty good. So. I know it's still early, but I think if you would have told me that, in the first round this year, you'd be coming away with Levshunov, Boisvert, and Vanacker, I'd be very happy with that. So I think this is a good continuing to build the prospect system. This is a great. A great way to kind of continue to prop that up.
All right, Mario, we're going to let you go so you can grab some video from Vanacker, but we appreciate it, and we'll catch up soon. Thanks, man.
Sounds good.
All right, that's Mario Tirabassi live from the Sphere. The Calgary Flames just made a pick, selecting Matvei Gryden,
The guy we just asked about.
from the Muskegon Lumberjacks.
Who we thought might be a 2nd or 3rd rounder, and here he is going in the 1st round.
Yep, he is a teammate of new Blackhawk Sasha Boisvert. 60 games, 38 goals, 45 assists, 83 points, 4.5 skating, 5 shooting, 5 passing, 5 puck handling, 5 hockey sense, 5.5 physicality. A hardworking, likely 4th-line winger with flashes of higher upside, especially as a playmaker. Bringing the physicality more consistently will be key. That is Matvei Gryden. For the record, 91st rated prospect.
That's why
by
I was
Elite
a
Prospects.
little surprised
That is
there,
a reach.
but-
That is a reach.
I just we hear a lot today in the chat. A lot of BPAs, best player available. He said he was going to take the best player available. Again, the best player available on their board. Not Craig Button's best player available, not Scott Wheeler's best player available, not Bob Bunch-a-Number on Twitter's best player available. Their best player available. And who you think is the best player available and who they think probably doesn't jive a lot. Didn't jive with me. That wasn't my best player available they took at 2 or even at 18. It's their best player available. So you have to trust that their best players available turn out to be the goods and exactly why they took them there. And now it's up to the organization to develop these guys. None of these guys are coming in tomorrow and getting right in the lineup. You have to now do the development, which is the harder part, really. I mean, scouting and putting up your board, it's not an easy task, but now the real work begins. Getting these guys acclimated to your system and putting them in positions to succeed. And you just got to let that take the time.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, like, as we look now to, Connor Bedard's continued development and Frank Nazar's continued development and maybe Lucas Reichel figures things out. And, like, as tough contract decisions are forced upon the Blackhawks, which come for everybody, and if all these guys hit, they're not all going to hit, but you understand my point. And you have to start giving Korchinski and Vlasic and Reichel and Bedard and Nazar and Oliver Moore and Levshunov and all these guys, like big contracts. You're going to have to make a tough call or two on a guy. You might have to let a guy go that you really, really like, and then hey, what about those 2 other first-round picks we made back in 2024? Now they're ready to go. Now they're developed. Now they're ready to jump in and make their impact there. So the idea is to keep reloading and not fall into the same thing that happened to the 2010s Blackhawks. Now, the difference is those teams won 3 Stanley Cups, so you're willing to take it. And the hope here is to get back to the Stanley Cup. And this, what fascinates me here is, aside from Lev Shunov, who may or may not begin next season in Chicago/Rockford, there's not a lot of guys that seem close. Like we're going to see them next year or the following year. I think these guys project as 3-4 year away, probably at least 2.
When part of the way to succeed in today's NHL with the hard cap, and yes, the cap's going up, but is to constantly have young, cheap talent to come in.
Yeah.
If you have to say goodbye because he's to a player that because the salary cap won't allow you to keep him, then you have that guy coming in on the entry level salary to play. That's Tampa was able to do that for a long time. You do a good job at keep getting young, that rotating door in. You don't want all your prospects coming in one year. You want a constant influx of new, young, and most importantly, cheap talent.
But I wonder now what that means for Monday when free agency begins, because not that any of these guys, be it, Hayes or whoever it was that you wanted, Demidov listed, not going to be ready. But I wonder how it changes the approach on Monday of saying, all right, these first-round guys are years and years away now, whereas you could look at Demidov and say, maybe next season, maybe the end of this season coming over. So I don't know. I'm very fascinated to see how Monday's going to go.
And so is Ralph, by the way. We have a super chat from Ralph J, $5. The way these picks went and who they went with number 2, this pretty much confirms they're going for a higher profile forward in free agency this year, question mark?
I mean, I don't know if it confirms it, but this definitely gets you thinking, okay, maybe that 2-year contract that we've seen so prominent in the last few months, maybe you're like, okay, I'll sign a guy for 4 years or 5 years because we now have a little longer window to get these young guys in, and we need guys now. So we'll see. I wouldn't say it confirms that they're going to go for a high-profile forward, but it definitely, I think, increases the likelihood that they're at least going to be willing to go more than that 2 years. That seems to be the sweet spot that we've seen.
Dallas has made their selection at number 29. It is Finnish right winger Emil Hemming, 6'2", 194, right-hand shot, shades of Nick Paul, with TPS in Liga last year, 40 games, 7 goals, 4 assists, 11 points. In the World Juniors, he had 6 points in 5 games for the Finland under-18 team. Borderline high-end shooter with power forward flair, possesses handling skill and a projectable two-way game through a strong work ethic. That sounds to me like a Dallas Star.
Yeah. Interesting. I know that, Vanacker was a guy that a lot of mock drafts had the Stars taken in this spot. And maybe jumping ahead of him to take him away from a team you're eventually going to have to beat in this division had something to do with that. And they've got, at least on my feed seems to be way far behind yours, even though we're on the same Wi-Fi and sitting right next to each other.
Got to hit that live button every now and again.
Facially, does Vanacker not have a little bit of young Jonathan Taves in his face?
Yeah, I see that. I see that for sure.
We have another super chat from John Bregenzer. I hope I'm saying your name right, John. You've given
We're
us
saying
a lot
all
of super
kinds of
chats.
names wrong today. It's fine.
Why start now?
Yeah, $5. I'm happy with Vanacker, whatever. But that trade is brutal. Anaheim gave up 31st and 58th for 23. We gave up too much with the 50th.
Okay, sure.
Here's my thing though. If they look at Vanacker and say this is the guy we want, and they're looking at 50 and saying we have no clue who's going to be there at 50. The odds of a guy at 50. So you're saying you're upset because you gave up a late second-round pick for a late first-round pick. Like, I get what you're saying. I understand it. But, like, if they've identified a guy and they say this is the guy we have to have, I want my GM going after him.
Right.
I want him. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah,
if
being
they
aggressive, right?
If they had gone, ask yourself this question, right? If it was the pick before and they did the same thing to get Liam Greentree, a guy that we've talked about more, that we know better, that has been hyped more on our shows, people will be like, hell yeah, he went and got the guy I wanted. Great move, way to be aggressive. You're looking at it in the context of, I don't know much about Marek Vanacker, so it feels like too much. They went and got the guy they felt they wanted, and I like that.
They got a guy that they feel is better than anything they would have gotten at 34 or 50.
Right.
So do you settle on two kind of guys that, yeah, they might be okay players, or you get a guy you know is going to be better than anything you could have got those two picks?
Well, the other thing, too, is like when you look at the guys who are kind of candidates to fall, like, oh, maybe at 34, like, oh, maybe the Green Tree's there, maybe Letourneau's there. Those guys are gone. So they're looking at their board and saying, wow, like our board is taking some hits on where we think we're going to pick again. So we've got this piece here that we value as a first-round talent. Screw these 2 second-rounders. We're going to get a first-round talent and get this guy we want. That's how I want my GM operating.
Yeah, go out and get the guys you want.
You can't go, well, the Ducks did this, so we can't do this. It doesn't work that way. You can't think that way. That is managing fearfully. Because, like, what will the fans think if I gave up more to get less in their minds at the moment?
Right.
I get what you're saying. I understand it. But, again, for the thought exercise in yourself, say, what if it had been Green Tree, a guy that you really had an eye on, and they made the same trade for one more spot up? You probably would have loved it. So, all right, the Rangers, Greg's favorite team, are on the clock, and they're standing around looking at stuff.
They're going to draft a complete bust.
Now, one of the cool things about the Sphere that is the outside LED screens and the way they've been just projecting like the logos and everything.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
It looks like they're putting the exact same thing that's on the inside on the outside.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right, yeah.
Darren Dreger has gotten in the role of spoiling draft picks. He says the Rangers are going to take E.J. Emery here.
Well,
So we'll see how that goes.
I never wanted him anyway. He stinks. He must be really good at throwing elbows.
This is a reach. They have the 30th pick. E.J. Emery's ranked 31st. What are the Rangers doing?
Fire the GM.
Jesus.
Fire the GM. He's lost his mind.
Before we get to the scouting report, let's make sure.
Chris Drury stinks.
Yep. Everyone knows that. Accomplished nothing in his life, aside from multiple cups and
Hey, he won a Little League World Series.
Little League World
Little
Series.
League World
Yeah.
Series.
That's how I remember him.
All right,
Is
here
that
we
John
go.
Oliver? No.
Yeah, kind of does look like him, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a
It's going
good
to give you
celebrity
60
guest.
minutes on why it's a bad
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah. Oh, Cubs.
There it is. E.J. Emery, officially a New York Ranger. 6'3", 185 defenseman, right-handed shot, U.S. player. Most of the season with the U.S. NTDP. 61 games, 0 goals, 16 assists. It's also 16 points. A potential top 4 defenseman with top-end rush defense and plenty of speed, but will have to add more puck-moving skills to get there. There is the knock on E.J. Emery. As you can see, not a lot of offense from him, especially when you look at the high-scoring trends of the U.S. NTDP. 16 points and no goals is a little bit striking, but he's a shutdown defenseman.
It could be also a little fact that there's only one puck on that team. You got all those those
point.
amazing like offensive forwards that just want to shoot goals. There's no shots for him to take.
Yep. All right, we got 2 more picks to go in the first round. Any more super chats we need to knock out here? We
Not
good on?
at the moment.
All right.
Well, it seems to me that maybe E.J. Emery is the Rangers thinking ahead going, hey, let's go get our replacement for Jacob Trouba, who's only got 2 more years on his contract if we don't buy it out or trade him before.
Yeah,
that.
I mean-
that's like, hey, let's go get his replacement now.
You have
So
to go to
what-
Pudwack school.
Well, just elbows first.
St. Louis has the best one.
Elbows first.
And maybe Mark Messier can teach him about leadership.
E.J. Emery with some swag in that. He's got like a pale blue
Yeah, I like it.
jacket
It's
combo and the pink underneath. He looks good. Good-looking kid.
Good
for him.
good drip, as the kids say,
Yeah,
right?
drip, sure.
Right? They still say that?
I'm starting to drip here, melting.
I've been dripping since we got off the plane.
Yeah,
2
we
more
got
picks
2
left.
picks to go. If you
2
have
more picks.
If you have a super chat you want to throw our way, get those in now because we're not doing an hour after this.
Yeah,
this
and by
round
the way,
ends.
make sure you keep an eye on our YouTube and our Twitter page at CHGO_Blackhawks. When this is over, Kyle Davidson and Mike Donaghy are going to speak, and Mario will be sending that video in, and we'll post it as soon as we get it. So keep an eye out for that, and it'll be coming your way later today. And we are going to be on, we mentioned it earlier, but just to remind you, tomorrow, after the draft is over, we're going to be working there. We'll hear from Davidson and Donaghy again. We'll hear from the picks. Then we're going to head back and do a show after the draft. So we're not going to be on live during the draft tomorrow.
Keep those noties.
Yeah, but we'll be working.
And it certainly appears that we're going to have fewer picks to talk about tomorrow. But again, we're talking about Kyle Davidson, who's aggressive on draft day. I would not be surprised if they're back in the second round at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe that second round pick you just got in the Canucks trade, you use that to get back in the second round today or tomorrow.
Yeah, so 34 and 50 are gone. They were traded to get to move up, and now they have so in the third. Yep, and then third round, 67 and 72. No fourth round. They have 138 from Calgary in the fifth, 163 in the sixth, and no seventh round selections. But even though they don't pick, like we said, we got to hang out for the whole thing because we don't know if they're going to make a trade or whatever. So we'll see. But second day is really fast. It flies by.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, rounds 2 through 7 will take about the same amount of time round 1 has taken tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't understand the clock. There's no way it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes a pick is tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
We've been going for
3:40.
It seems like a very loose 3 minutes.
I think it's ESPN just putting it once the 3 minutes hits. So it kind of gives you the warning of like, all right, get back to your seat. Something might happen soon. Who was it that lost their first round pick in the NFL a few years ago?
Vikings. Because they just fell asleep at the wheel.
Couldn't happen to a better team.
I'll never forget that. Everyone was like,
yeah, because it was like the only time that's ever happened.
Yeah. Well, since we're here and we saw it today, why don't we talk a little bit about our meeting with the folks from Fanatics? And I know that there's going to be a certain percentage of people that are like, you guys are just saying that because they hosted you at this PR event. All we can tell you is we were in a room with all 32 of the on-ice Fanatics jerseys that are going to be worn next season. I took up-close photos of them. I tugged on the material.
TC
I
tuggers?
looked at the collar. I looked at the stitching around the waist. I looked at the color. I shined my phone to see if the colors would be as bright as I wanted them to be. From all appearances, Fanatics has done a fine job with the on-ice jersey.
There's no downgrade. There's no difference as far as the material stuff. There are differences in the jersey. The dimpling on the shoulder pads is gone.
And what was interesting was when we were talking to the Fanatics people, I like the way the dimpling looks, but apparently the players didn't like the dimpling.
They listened a lot to the players.
Yeah.
I like dimples.
They had the dimpling is gone on the shoulders, and the elbow area and forearm area is kind of doubly thick now because the players wanted more protection there. So they listened to the players. They've got a lot of really they understand the history of the hockey jersey, and they know you can't screw that up. I know a lot of people are still weary because the MLB jerseys were a disaster.
Nike's fault.
That was not Fanatics things. That was Nike.
What I thought was interesting was Michael Rubin, who's the owner of Fanatics, said, we kind of made a mistake because as we were helping Nike make the jerseys, we're like, these are kind of not great. But, all right, whatever. They know what they're doing. They've been doing this for hundreds of years, so we're just going to shut up. Learned a lesson from that, and really took it to heart when they got the NHL deal.
Yeah, it's good stuff. The on-ice jerseys look great.
They do.
They're gonna pop. Got to see the new Ducks orange jersey. Didn't like it in the photos, but up close and personal, I like it a little more. My biggest issue is don't wear the orange breezers with it. Too much orange.
Yeah.
The new Kings jerseys look really cool. Yeah, they did a really good job with the rollout. And as we said earlier, those on-ice actual authentic jerseys will be available for purchase. Adidas didn't make that happen.
Yeah. They're going to cost you, though.
They are going to be
north of $400.
Right, which they just said is the market price of what Adidas was charging Reebok was the last to put those up. Basically, the market value of what the cost was 10 years ago, 12 years ago is what you'll pay now. Then what Adidas called their authentic jerseys will still be available.
230 was the
230-ish
about what he
rate,
said?
and then the breakaway jerseys at like the 170 price point. And then they're also going to make practice jerseys available as well if you'd rather have that kind of more simpler practice jersey. And then they've seems like they've learned their lessons. They're all about improving. They know they've got a bad reputation to repair, and they're working about it. They're working hard on it. A successful reveal. They eased a lot of the fears. At least I had about it. And they're still working with people from Adidas. The guy that was the main Adidas designer, he was there today, and he's part of the process. And they're looking forward to being able to do some of the third alternative, jerseys, whatever the next reverse retro is going to be. So they know to keep the main jerseys, that historic, traditional look, but then maybe we can do some fun, cool things. They met with 50 players from the NHLPA today, right before we got to talk to them, and they had a lot of good talk with the players, saying how do we make this more marketable? How do we make this more street cred? They said they've been sending the jerseys out to guys like Drake and DJ Khaled. Like,
Another one.
Here's a jersey. Throw it on, wear it, and put it on your Instagram. That's only going to make it cooler. So they've got some great ideas, and so far so good. And we'll see what happens when the retail versions get out. I'm sure, in typical fashion, the loudest voices in the room will be, "I hate it." But the majority of the people are going to like what they see. They're going to look great on the ice.
And a couple weeks
we had a
ago,
pick, by the way.
we do have a pick. I'll get to it in a second. I had a conversation with Andrew Lowacki, who is the CEO of Commerce for Fanatics, an off-the-record conversation. They wanted to find people of influence in hockey. They couldn't find them, so they called me, and we had a good half-hour conversation. I said, "Look, this is why people don't like you. A, B, C, D, E, F, G." He's like, "These are all fair criticisms. These are all things we're hearing. We're noting this." He actually pointed out today during the meeting that the Fanatics Sucks Twitter account was a very good thing for them to see and use to vet. Okay, what of these are real problems? What of these are fake? What of these are one-time errors?
And they did confirm what I've suspected for a long time, that a lot of those are just garbage, fake things.
Yeah, like the alleged Vancouver Canucks jersey that leaked. They had not even been created yet.
Right.
So, anyway, all right. Toronto has made their pick at 31. Ben Danford, defenseman.
Hey, I can pronounce that name.
Dan Benford, 6 foot 176, right-hand shot from Canada. He is on the Washington Generals, not the Washington Generals.
Oh, wow.
The Oshawa Generals.
What a terrible
Just
pick.
take the ball.
He's using a ladder.
64 games, 1 goal, 32 assists. A steady shutdown defenseman with NHL details, mobility, and retrievals. Not a consistent creator, but the desire and flashes of high-level playmaking are there. Shades of Dylan Sandberg and Brett Kulak. 5.5 skating, 4.5 shooting, 5.5 passing, 4.5 puck handling, 5.5 hockey sense, 6 physicality. That is Ben Danford, the newest Maple Leaf.
Ben Doifois. Ben Doifois.
It probably is. Anyway.
We have some supers if you want to get to
Oh,
those.
damn.
I like supers.
You want
Supers
to
are
do some
fun.
supers?
Yeah.
They're super.
I feel super about that.
Sweet. This first one comes from Benjamin Zienti, $1.99. Thanks, boys. Appreciate y'all being here. That's nice and simple, short and sweet.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Without you being here, we can't be here.
Yeah, and I would
Exactly.
assume smashing the like button. Just saying.
Michael Wagner, $5. Think we see any player trades tomorrow? Feels like it has been much slower than anticipated. Appreciate the amazing draft and off-season coverage.
I was told this week was going to be crazy.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Yeah,
And,
we haven't seen that yet.
not
But
so much.
Free agency starts Monday. Not a lot of time between then. So if teams are looking to trade to get rid of some cap space before Monday at noon, they don't have a lot of time to do it. So, yeah, it's definitely possible.
Looks like the Oilers have traded into the first round to get Philadelphia's 32nd pick.
Okay.
So we'll keep you abreast of what that's all about.
While I grab the on the clock for the Oilers graphic. Dom Cagney is giving us $4.99 to say, when is it fair for our dutiful patience and positivity to start to waver? My heart is unreasonable, but my head could be negotiated with.
Well, I would say
We haven't seen any of these young players play yet at the NHL.
yeah,
level.
like nothing has. Here's what I'd say: like we have had no reports of any Hawks prospects selected by Cal Davidson is like, ooh, this guy's really been. He's kind of been struggling. He's kind of hasn't been what we expected. If anything, they've all kind of, like Sam Renzel is a really good example of like, Sam Renzel, why would you take Sam Renzel? Like, this is some lanky kid, some ginger, whatever. And all of a sudden he's puts together a couple good years and
He
it's
has
like,
an
oh.
amazing freshman year
All
at
of
the
a
University
sudden,
of Minnesota.
yeah.
You know, it looks a lot better. I understand how hard it is to keep being patient, especially
Yes,
after.
try doing 5 days a week
Right.
in 82
Oh,
games.
gosh.
Trust me, I get
Woof.
it. I cannot wait until we start having more victory post game shows. I can't wait, but it takes time. I get it. But as we said, like a lot of these guys, we can't start losing faith and we can't start losing patience until some of these high picks, some of these guys we've been hearing about for 2 years, don't get to the NHL and fail.
Right.
That's when or never get to the NHL. If it's 6 years from now and Sam Renzel still hasn't played, then, if it's 4 years from now and Oliver Moore can't get out of the AHL, then yes, then you start slamming tables and get mad and say you should have taken this guy instead. But we haven't seen any of these guys outside of Connor Bedard and Kevin Korchinski, what they can do at the end. And those two guys have only scratched the surface of what they're going to do at the NHL level.
Yeah.
So patience is a virtue. That's not just a saying. It's hard to be patient. I get it. I understand it. Just just over a decade removed from not one of the greatest era in Chicago Blackhawks history. We remember what that feels like.
Right.
And we want it again. You see the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup. You want that again. I miss playoff games. I miss winning a lot more games. I miss watching and covering meaningful hockey games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I get it. We want it just as bad as you guys do. Believe me when I say that, but we also have to be realistic and realize these types of things take a long time. And even with Connor Bedard, we said that takes a year off the rebuild. That takes the last
back
year
end,
of the rebuild. That makes, instead of a 4 to 5 year rebuild or a 5 to 6 year rebuild, it's now 4 to 5 years. We are still at least 2 seasons away from this team really turning that corner and starting to see the vision that Kyle Davidson has for this team. It's taken 3 draft classes to start filling out
Yes.
all your needs.
Yep.
You went and got defensemen in year 1. Year 2, you get Bedard, but then you get more guys. You get Oliver Moore. You get Nick Lardis. You get these dynamic, fast, speedy, a little bit small guys. Now you start building up bigger guys. You go get 2 power forwards in the first round because why? You need that. So the guys that have been in and girls who have been in our chats and post-game shows saying we need to be more physical, we need to be tougher on the puck, we need more size. You've started to address that with the 2 forward picks in this draft, and Lev Shunov is a very physical player too. So like you're starting to address it. You can't address, a 23-man roster in 1 draft class.
Right, exactly. All right, the Oilers traded up to get into the first round. They traded a first-round pick in either 2025 or 26 to the Flyers. So that remains to be seen what it is. And with that pick, they chose center Sam Riley, 6'1", 176, right-hand shot from Canada. He played for the London Knights, 68 games, 20 goals, 36 assists, 56 points. A relentless shutdown defensive center with physicality, details, and a clever, quick-touch passing game. 4.5 skating, 4.5 shooting, 5.5 passing, 4.5 puck handling, 6 hockey sense, 6 physicality. That is new Edmonton Oiler Sam O'Reilly. We also have a couple quotes rolling in from Kyle Davidson, who is speaking. Davidson implies the Blackhawks already knew where they want Lev Shunov to play next year. both to talk about it with his agent before declaring it. Davidson said they didn't believe Vanacker would still be available at 34. They had tried to trade up with several teams to get him before Carolina bit. He says on Lev Shunov, the current package as well as the potential growth left to come, it just made him so intriguing. And Vanacker had shoulder surgery 3 weeks ago. That will keep him out until December. So something to keep an eye on with Vanacker. So he'll start his season in December. Much like when Marian Hossa joined the Blackhawks, my friends.
Oh, history repeating itself.
That's right. That's right. So the first round's over.
Oh, we did it,
We
guys.
did it. We got through it. Again, Mario is going to be sending in a lot of post-game audio and video. Keep an eye on the CHGO_Blackhawks Twitter account, and keep an eye on the CHGO Sports YouTube for all kinds of videos. I know we've got Lev Shunov already. We've got a bunch of post-game or post-draft stuff coming up tonight. It'll be up there tomorrow. And again, we'll be with you. I would probably say, if we're trying to guess, maybe like an hour and a half after the draft ends.
No idea what our plan
Considering
is. We have to talk. There needs to be
post-game
Needs to
stuff.
be a conversation.
We need a meeting.
There will be a production meeting over pizza in SummerSlam 95.
Sounds great.
Back at HQ.
Sounds amazing.
Yes. We want to thank everybody for watching us. How many viewers do we currently have?
We are at just over 500.
513.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. The first round's over.
It's
I know we were
almost
over
4 hours in here.
Probably over 1,000 at some point, maxed out. I mean, that just shows the passion of Hawks fans. And like I know, like Dom wrote us saying, it's hard to be patient, but the fact that you're here tonight and the condition the Hawks are in at the NHL level shows your commitment, shows your level of excitement, and just wait until some of these kids start coming up and playing and joining the team, and it's going to be an awesome next, decade when all these guys get here.
And the passion of this fan base has been shown in this chat tonight. Like, as much as like the declarations of what 18-year-old players are going to be 4 seconds after they're drafted frustrates me. But listen, if you had hopes for other guys and you didn't get it, be disappointed.
Yeah, it's fine.
The guys the guys I wanted weren't drafted. The two guys I wanted in the first round are in Montreal. Kind of sucks, but I'm going to let these guys that were picked tonight get developed, and we'll see where we are, in 2 years, 3 years, and we'll see which team got the better end of it. You don't know. You can't make declarations. At least it's unwise because, you may look silly in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It's easy to say this guy will fail because the odds are in your favor.
Yeah.
Most first-round draft picks, most NHL draft picks don't ever amount to anything. So the odds are in your favor when you say, well, this guy isn't going to amount to anything. So that's the easy thing to do.
Yep.
I'm not going to make declarations that these guys are going to be great, bad, or in between. I'm going to let the development process take its course. As you mentioned, 2 years ago, Sam Renzel was kind of like, all right, whatever it is. And now that's a guy I'm excited about because we've seen him develop. We've seen him take those steps. So I'm just let it play out. That's all we can do as a fan base right now is let it happen. Let now the development system, let the developing coaches, the AHL team, let them now do their jobs.
Yeah.
And if they don't do their jobs, they're all going to be unemployed. And we got to start this process over.
Do your jabs.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would be
your
lying
job.
if I'm
Isn't that Tibbs?
if I'm not saying that I leave today a little bit underwhelmed. I'm super excited about Lev Shunov. I'm confident he's going to be very, very good. But when I look at some of the guys left on the board at 18, okay, But again, I don't think that it's fair to just be like, well, this sucked. They blew it. We have no idea.
Yeah, that's fine being underwhelmed
Yeah.
tonight. I'm a little underwhelmed tonight. You know when I don't want to be
Sorry, my
underwhelmed?
wife.
You know when I don't want to be underwhelmed? 4 years from now.
Yes.
That would suck.
That would suck.
Then
Yes.
then it's pounding tables and fire this guy, fire that guy. So
And, by the way, for all you that don't like Kyle Davidson, they'll fire your ass if they don't like you. We have a lot of evidence of the Danny Wirtz, Jamie Faulkner group saying, let's give you a try. Okay, no. Next. It's happened many times already with this organization. So they're not just going to rest on their laurels. They want to be great. They want this team to succeed. They want to get back to where they were. So patience, trust the process, and if it fails, then he's fired. and they're not going to be in a place, though, where they have to start from scratch because they've got Connor Bedard, they've got Kevin Korchinski, they've got Alex Vlasic, they've got Frank Nazar. That's a pretty good start.
They've got a solid foundation.
And Lev Shunov, who I'm already throwing into a core of good
You've
players.
got more guys coming. You've got Oliver Moore coming.
Yep.
You've got, guys like Ryan Green potentially.
Yep. Paul Ludwinski.
You've got guys.
Man, the Slaggert looked good last year.
You've got these guys, and you've got a little bit of everything now, which is exactly how you build a team. A little bit of everything. You got to have your grind line. You got to have your defensive-minded players, and then you have your elite players like Connor Bedard. The Blackhawks have the cheat code because a lot of their teams, like when we talked to Sean Shapiro before the draft, our buddy at EP Rinkside, says when you look at the Detroit Red Wings, because he's from the Michigan area, they've lacked that elite forward. That hasn't had that. Yeah, Dylan Larkin is very good, but I don't think Dylan Larkin is elite. He's not superstar level. He's that next tier right under it. The Blackhawks have that superstar elite player in Connor Bedard, so that gives them an advantage a lot of other rebuilding teams will probably never have.
I just noticed this in the hockey news. They have a Sam Dickinson versus Artem Levshunov
cage match.
Like rating. So that's interesting.
They almost look like they got the similar. They almost look like they're on the same team with the green.
Yeah, that's cool. They give skating, shot, physicality, and compete to Dickinson. They give passing, offensive play, NHL readiness, and to Levshunov, and the defensive play is even.
All right.
So there you go. That's interesting.
All right, now if we Godfather CHGO says, now get rid of Derek King. And if they fire him tomorrow morning, everybody will say this was a successful draft. So, yeah, fire that darn Derek King, and we can start winning.
It's his fault.
Godfather, if only there was a Cubs post game you could tune in, because I'm sure he'd be mad about that too.
100%.
Oh, he's been in the Hawks every bit. He changed his name, so he didn't.
I know Michael Kulata.
No, he's old school guy. Awesome. Old school guy wants
one of my faves.
Everything now. So yeah. But thank you guys, everybody,
Tom Ricketts
for watching. Whether you love the picks, whether you love the picks, whether you hated the picks, whether you're mad, whether you're angry, whether you think we're stupid. You're not necessarily wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
We love you because we wouldn't be able to be sitting here at Circa. Thanks to Circa for helping us with this, putting us up here. It's been awesome. We wouldn't be able to do this. We'd have to go get regular jobs, and I don't ever want to do that again. So thank you guys, each and every one of you, whether you turn my hair gray or whatnot. You guys are the best. So keep up the passion.
Yes, please.
Keep up that. Desire, whether you're mad or happy today, you all have the same goal. You all want the Blackhawks to be good again, and that's what matters. And we took another step forward. The organization took another step forward tonight in their eyes that they're getting better.
100%.
Yeah. Thanks for the awesome graphics team. My God, the graphics
great
look beautiful.
stuff.
I know you guys probably didn't really see it much over on that side, but it's beautiful. And then, go buy a shirt. These beautiful shirts we just dropped today.
I'm buying mine right now.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Is that it? Should we say
that's
goodnight?
it. We could probably wrap things up. I think
I've
so.
I've talked enough for one day.
Yeah, I think people are tired of hearing of us.
All right. Well,
I need to go down 13 floors to find a bathroom.
Let's watch Artyom Levshunov walk up to the podium and get his jersey on, and then we'll say goodnight.
Love it. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
With the second overall pick in the 2024 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select Artem Levshunov.
Levshunov recorded nearly a point per game as a freshman defenseman at Michigan State, helping the school win the Big Ten championship. The standout blue liner was named Big Ten Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year while ranking 9th among all NCAA defensemen in points during the 2023-24 season. His NHL role model is Cale Makar. In fact, that was his first NHL jersey he ever owned.
We all silly like the mayor.